to pay, to submit the vote of thanks, and that is at the leadership level, and then at the technical level, just as a vote of thanks to everybody who has helped us hosting this event, and my boss Oldman will speak to us. So that, in a nutshell, is a rundown of our afternoon. But as I said, we are waiting for the colleagues who are now joining us to take up their seats, and then we will be underway with the program. Okushokombo ulili, pupa heye, twasha matutu, rutenga matukano ngombilo, jimaidu komohonge mweshihuro sha Luderitz, matukara no kuyakulwa mweshihuro shi, iyo mutile washo oneia washihuro sha Luderitz, omutengwa Benjamin Lekei. Ya sauba ami oshomuha mizo komiti yoshitiro shijaja gai na mehingiro na hepero uliliwo kusha peno hepero ya kukarani mbaro kuye mboko na washiku na ngani no shikwa hishi tuyeti thamsha kumwe tukamone mshamati ya mshaka ele ndobolanchi ya saumba mapeka ano gombude dokuya njontengero no hibiri koko manini vitumbe twetha matuti nombara ya kuwakanasa pieza kuopera kwetha oshikando shitenge tokuhaka eno koda shitwetha matukara no jodi kironoho kombaraya petsepa yokehi Goliath wadele no kutwetha noho ogusha mapekara no jodi kironoho kondangere yetu abisa imugenje ngwetwethile noho pari no kufoku yanja o rapporta kusha tuliposhi poke ndo mshipota chetu choshitiro shinganja ogusha o hahende tupete kauta mutu wanangu wanuga ino wana imeke kamarasha wabana ngirushie ya pala kutu wako kwa mutu wanaita mshipunga kana wana toge ndo tukua beji ya kanango oya samba matu kameraka okudhako tukondwa peke akudhako lukondwara South Africa lukondwara shawana saomba atukakana ndo mahungi rombaro shitabia bahero profesa kapchapo shideka shwa ine hungi rokuda kombara jimai kura menepo o honda pare o wakwenda no makaendro yetu kutukaenda pambo ingwili hongore wo makaendero ngo pofio kusha kundino guhena waene no kukarapo menaro kusha uwothe o wakwenda shiwatho no kupaka vekana mau wangai no mirongo mine vyo ruhothe ule shiwathire no kupongeza para Goliath akwaro wokihia yombara Isaka wa Berseba ogusha kana wanya ukapa ogusha peno mbara hanse ogume mwingire uye litwangu bo atukane bo rondangu bo ndondo yo kombanda ombara yetu ya mongwa no ukaende sobyungura byo chief councilor opego puno mbara shitabi ombara shiujene kuyanje bondo ndangu ndo uye saomba pondondo yetu yolongure atupata no kuto kya jambo ndangi kushono umesha koti mabosi all kana ogomeko ngoro byo kurapcha ya kusha onga ndithilo ya duty if you could just say this in number as well
angara tuko sasa hasa ni karapu ile yuti sila kira oga kama kasan on chika yoga kana pesaida aikumka action maado mahakuyo turun pada gini tuam stitore sila ka botoa aira ka bu amde entam di dramede scout nada gini tuam stitore sila na scout nada je foreign kare sandra ko komeo mami no suba ku sila gini na scout na kau ku banira mai nandi modai ko ka Negro manfaat kita kaum bukan ramai, dengan lisensinya ada haus iskal. Terasa sudah gini, lisensi orang lagi kau kah, kau beri, jika kau boleh ada, sendiri sendiri rumah kau buat kau dan lain. Sudah gini mas terasa se lisensi sendiri rumah, kami tulis dari, ya ada apa saya mungkin jet. Oke staba kuna kinaba. Ngaba udah gini sima lebar ska madin kuna ka ukais. Kundi kun tau tina nira angkata. Advokat Pedro Gauda kinaha sebagai abada je mu kom masih ho kom mahaba kaisa. Oknum sebagai kaisa da gingat apa ni taruka. Tidak kau ka da gini kobansi karaka buka itu dia ani bahu kamu yang kita turun sedang ke bahu sedang gini ke bahu Botswana bahu nera piring ku bahu askap nada gini kau ikan isan nera ho kau para mamci Profesor Mujenda Kashidua Tisa sedang gini ikan askap nera kau ni Profesor Dr. Mushinde Kashiwa Mbaram Oshitampi, sorry. So, nas kau nada gini sata namada di amsabo. Naik ngira se kau hanseba. Etmira obat kita se entialis nama kau kita tulis misahu. Kita gini raho Kankan ya terasa kau tak juga bu membara jual jepha naskah nada gini mabosi ka kankan semana bosi kompania koda naha mehorakan ahasi berha ada kare ida nama gat sosota. And I just need an indication of the people that are mentioned on the program. Do we have the mayor here? Do we have the mayor? Does somebody know where you can find him? Do we have Kakao's? Twabos is here. We have Mudango here, we have Gaupatpo here, Zima is here. The different heads of delegation from South Africa and Botswana, we have them here. Thank you so much. We have them. All right, then that's it. So it's the mayor that we need to locate and a pastor, so we can start with our program. Because the time is against us as well. And Luderitz is getting cold, getting chilly. We need to be done with this official part. Thank you so much. Ada wibuti kona kana kauri amen. That's what's up.
I want to beg us to extend a bit of our patience because I see that Gaub Hansen, I see that your counterpart is not here. PC Kashiwa is here to arrive. So if we could just wait a little bit more, extend our patience just a little while. I'm told he's on his way already. And I can't imagine English tuje katiti. Ombara, milele kombara, mundabu wakutu wakwenda bishana. Omutundu yugurandi kumabe ugura pamo baraka shiwa chitapika kunawa ilo kuna kiawada which are not really good at it. No, may you want to be a Monica or Paul, get back to my I can never hold. Mario Shiva or Catitish or Mashikuru or Pepper. Always a man to call you some and then to speak that. I do have to go and to go and go ahead. I think I never go to Events Management Committee, which I got to hear IDP or protocol. You know, the kind of when you get up, say, another primary is a wood. May I ask anyone amongst us who wants to keep the group engaged with the song? Where's our brass band? It's not here. Then we sign. Oh, okay, thank you. Okusha shabo no kuingira shimono kanguru papa no shimumba jana shima ko bolo bolo ro baraka shiwa itune no kombuto okay, thank you.
Hello. Meta. Let us sing. Come on, sing. You can't ignore me and hear Rotan singing. I so much wanted to, but Habitadan Maroli. We bless your name. David also. All right, ons begin. We bless your name, Almighty God. We bow before you. We bless your name, Almighty God. We bow before you. Lord, we glorify your holy name. We bow before you. Lord, we glorify your holy name. We bow before you. Do we need blessings from him? It's a flow, yes. Do we need blessings from him? Yes. Then we better sing better. Amado. We bless your name, Almighty God. We bow before your throne. We bless your name, Almighty God. We bow before your throne. We glorify your holy name. We bow before your throne. We glorify your holy name. We bow before. So sorry, not one. Or I didn't town. It's a finger. Always at sea. I'm at home. Okay. Am I more? I Samatani we. Oh, that was a mara. All right. This one is saying. Ons kan nie op ons eie nie, ons kan nie op ons eie staan nie. We need the assistance of God. Am I wrong? I Samatani we say I say Jamai he. I don't know.
And say thank you to Gauda as good boy for leading us, and we will remain standing as we will start officially. Ada nuri, nedran an koro kamroga dan amu dije. Koro kamroga. Khang ngaro kerjing sih kadro saya khang ngaro ka. Sautin ha hoya mudu da kira dai duasa. Koro kamroga drama khang ma samsai. The rest of us, we can keep ourselves busy. Just so that any noise and that is something that is not related, let's just network amongst ourselves as we are waiting on for 5 minutes, and then we'll start officially. When we start, we'll start with the Nama anthem, then we'll ask the Obahero anthem, then somebody needs to come and lead the Obahero anthem. I hope we have a songbird Herero lady that is around that will lead the Obahero anthem. Then we'll have the Nambian anthem followed by the AU anthem. The other three anthems on the system will be guided by musically It's only the overhero income that we need someone to lead us here. Anogo kango, answer samoka. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening. Actually, my name is Kena. My name is Mugenje. I'm full Herero. So I want to sing a song. Yeah, even you can sing with me. No problem. Thank you. Basenara Joami Kena, Ofano ya Mugenje, Omohero Bura. Mewango Kuimbura, Pembo, Shima Miri, Mamura, Bura. Yeah. Kasiwa, perimove batona. 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 Kasiwa, Barobe, Beri Mube, Batona, Barobe, Barobe, Beri Mube, Batona, Barobe, Barobe, Beri Mube, Batona, Barobe, Barobe, Beri Mube, Batona. Yesu omusu bedwa utu iboneka uno kuti mokude no uona omuye Tubawo mitima, tubawo mitima, omiyere no mikwe, omiyere no mikwe, nutubawo tagame, nutubawo tagame. Ya, karo kathini nanubika hame na kesani. Meri mekeria ungwatura wina eri pomanda ye imbima yaruye mipombolepo omivero mbise Thank you. Banda,
brother, when I came here, I asked where I could sit up. And it was sitting here. If I switch off these things, I'll have to restart the life. I'll have to restart the life again. So that's not possible. I can stop and restart the life. It's over already. Because this is a front. Where were you? Where were you? When I was asking, no, I can't. I even asked for people. I even asked for people. I'm still waiting for people. There's no way I can move. Because it will cut the lifestyle.
So your lifestyle is more important than
No, it's not about my lifestyle being important. This is a lifestyle that I was paid for to do.
Unfortunately, no one was the blower director.
My brother, the person can sit, I can just take off the laptop. Laat die tafel even nog aan zoeken. Laat die blijft niet afzitten en oorlog. Ja. Je moet toch zeggen zo. Je moet toch zeggen. Ik kan niet. Wanneer ze in het proces weer orde beginnen, ik heb geen probleem om te schrijven. En ze komen naar tafel te vragen. Ook de werken de tafel zijn geweest. Dan weet je tafel te kijken.
Aku nega ko tabal na ba din ang kugai dan ba din. Uma do outro da grande como não se dá uma é ga muito só não vou nem coisa.
Sorry, honorable man.
Yes, indeed, the last verse that we are just singing says, do not delay anymore to free me from the bondage. And that is what we are here about. Do not delay. Break the bondage of the devil. Break the bondage of oppression. Have mercy upon us. That is what the last verse says, and it is just befitting that it was sung now. Thank you so much. We will start with our program officially. And as I indicated, we'll start with the anthems. The first one will be the Nama anthem, followed by the Ovaherero anthem, followed by the Namibian anthem, followed by the AU anthem. We'll stand on attention. All of us that can stand, all of us that has knees that can carry us, let us stand on attention and show honor. Nama anthem.
My apologies. I'm sorry. We are not going to allow this. We are having musicians that can do it for us. So I will ask the brass band to lead us. I'm sorry.
Guru Sabe Guru
is requested, can I have a lead singer for the Overhead Road anthem?
Yeah. Yesu Kristo yombara ne yunguma hona para mama yune hindi era kara uhe ngari ubare kwa ruhe muhona ingwi matu na no handa umwe hauwa na uro inambi atu do porama ngo matu mra Yesu Kristo para kacho yangi
Let us pray. God, on this afternoon, we are continuing our remembrance of what has happened here at Shark Island at Luderitz. God, we are recalling now, inspire our leaders which will share their feelings, their stories with us. Oh God, help us also to understand and also to stand together and be inspired through you. We ask this, God, we need you. Come and strengthen us. Help us in what we do. Through your holy name we ask. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. Say thank you to Professor Paul John Issa for the opening prayer. And we will continue with the protocol as it was established last night. And hence, I will not do the establishing of the protocol. We will remember as it is. And for saving of time, everybody that comes up to speak will just say the protocol is observed. Now I will call upon His Worship, the Mayor of Luderitz, to welcome us. His Worship Benjamin McKay.
Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Omba Rara Ochitambi Paramount Chief, Professor Dr. Uchindi Kachihua. I hope I pronounce it correct. All protocol observed as it was already established by the Master of Ceremony. Allow me to also acknowledge all traditional leaders from the respective groups. Honorable Gerson Dausap, Chairperson of the Hartap region. Honorable Susan Zeleka, Councillor of the Naminus constituency. All regional and local authority councillors present. Members of all Nama traditional leaders associations. Mr. Johannes Mabos Ortman, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee and its members. All traditional leaders and representatives of the diaspora, South Africa and also Botswana. Esteemed spiritual leaders, political leaders and representatives of respective organizations. Invited guests, members of the security cluster, especially the law enforcement officers, our police. Representatives of the government institutions and agencies, members of the media, and especially the distinguished visiting news crew and our media. Good afternoon. In my capacity as the mayor of the town of Luderitz, on behalf of the residents of Luderitz, I would like to welcome you all to this very important historical occasion, known as the annual Genocide Remembrance Day. Held in remembrance of Chief Cornelius Fredericks and also our historical leaders and several thousands of other concentration camp prisoners, young and old, who have died on this specific island called Shark Island. I have to mention this, that at Shark Island, we know that the names of those victims doesn't appear, but appear in total. But we know today that their names is written in the soil of Namibia by the blood they have shed. Can we give them a hand of applause? Shark Island is known as the first large-scale death camp in Namibia, and it has been called the blueprint for what the Nazis or Hitler did later. I do believe that this brutal and murder for all our fallen heroes and heroines. We know that this morning was an official service, but as the first residents of this town, I just want to request that all of us observe a moment of silence for all our heroes and heroines whose selfless sacrifices and blood watered the freedom we enjoy today. Can we just rise for a minute of silence? Thank you all. Director of Ceremonies, I similarly want to extend our warmest welcome and gratitude to the esteemed traditional leaders, honorable political leaders and invited guests who are gracing this very important event besides their busy schedule this afternoon. Can we give all of them a hand of applause? I am deeply honored to welcome and acknowledge the presence of all traditional leaders of the Nama and of our Herero communities from South Africa and Botswana and all surrounding areas, together with the entire delegation. Can we also give them a hand of applause? It is now my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome and acknowledge the presence of the entire delegation from Germany who are also with us during this weekend. Can we also give them a hand of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an important event on the historical calendar of Namibia, and we are similarly thankful and indebted that the Nama Traditional Leaders Association has chosen Naminus to host this very important event. Remembrance of the past can be a bitter process. Every lasting image can be torturing and filled with a heart full of pain, anxious, and at the same time with sorrow. History dictates that on the 12th of May 1883, the German flag was raised on the coast of our beautiful Namibia, called Southwest Africa, modern day Namibia. It was under the German military rule of General von Trucker, who issued the cruel and brutal extermination order on the 3rd of October 1904. It is indeed an historical fact that the Herero and Nama population were displaced from their homes, treated like aliens and outsiders, robbed from their livelihood, became foreigners in the land of their birth, placed into concentration camps, converted into slaves, exploited from forced labor, forced into the desert to die of disease. As we heard this morning also, some of them were thrown into the sea. Exhaustion, dehydration, and starvation was the price. No one was deemed human, and our people were all dispensable. Despite the brutality, it is learned that more than 3,000 human skulls belonging to the Herero and Nama people were sent to Germany for further experimentation. This can never be deleted or erased out of the books of Namibia dark history. The blood of our ancestors cleaned the path towards our freedom and independence and allowed the generations after them to become beacons of hope for a better tomorrow. But we have to understand what was meant with the genocide to destroy and scatter our people has brought us together. As we are today, we have become a more resilient, a more brave, a more unified, and a more fortified or strong nation. Today we have congregated to ensure that the lives lost during this dark period of 1904 and 1908 were not in vain. Therefore, let the blood of our ancestors fuel our resolve for restorative justice. Ladies and gentlemen, let us as a nation use the pain of the past as an arrow propelling us for greatness. It will never be easy to forget, but let us strive as a nation to forgive. Forgiveness does not change the past, but it does enlarge the future. There is no peace without forgiveness. There is no future without forgiveness. And there is no healing without forgiveness. let us extend gratitude and salute the brave behavior of our forefathers and mothers in the resistance exhibited during the oppression regime of the Germans. Director of Ceremonies, what has happened during the genocide is a national tragedy that has touched thousands and millions of people, not only in Namibia, but across the globe. Let us always remember and commemorate the genocide of 1904 and 1908, but let us not allow the genocide to divide us, but let the mistakes and the pain of the genocide bring us together again. Let us, as a nation, continue to stand together in unity and in harmony. Let us continue to walk together, talk together, eat together, laugh together, work together, have fellowship together as we tackle the challenges of building peace. You can never find a house that will be able to stand if the foundation is not solid. The only time a house can stand is when the foundation is strong enough. And that foundation is called the foundation of peace. We are here today as the Nama and Herero cultural groups together. We are the bricks of this house. And we are placed there with the cement of peace. And the foundation is strong enough. And that foundation must be peace. Our decisions and actions today will determine whether we use our pain, our grief, and our emotions to move forward. The forces that divide us are not as strong as those that unite us. Instead of fighting each other, we should be working together as a nation and as cultural groups to defeat our true enemies like poverty, landlessness, unemployment, rape, women and child abuse, suicide, inequality, tribalism, and the great COVID-19, and many more. This is indeed a time when we as a people should come together and stand together to tear down the structures that separates us and rob us from our human rights and dignity. Structures that inflames inequality and mistrust, structures that pushes people apart at a time when we should be coming together to repair the broken and fractured pieces in our community. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very important day, let us drown out the vicious voices of hate speech with a united cry for understanding and mutual respect. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as Luderitz was seen as the death camp with a dark history, now at this current moment, the same town is about to become the city and the epicenter for green hydrogen, oil, and gas. The very same town is about to become a world leader in industrial energy provision. In retrospect, a town where thousands of loss of lives were taken place. Now, millions of people stand to gain socio-economically from the fruits of this land that was covered once in the blood of our forefathers. Can we give them another round of applause? In conclusion, as a council, we stand firmly in our prayers with the descendants of all the victims. Culture remains an important factor in the advancements and pursuit of our social economic liberation. Culture defines our identity, values, behaviors, and norms. And it is crucial that we, with enthusiasm, safeguard it. We must ensure that the future generations never forget the sacrifices of our forefathers and mothers. Let us remind ourselves and teach our children and future generations that racism and tribalism in all its facets is evil and a crime against humanity. With these few remarks, I once again welcome all of you to this very important historical event. And with that said, I thank you.
Welcoming done eloquently. I say thank you to His Worship, Benjamin McKay. We will, as follow, have the importance of remembrance and why we chose Shark Island. And this will be done by my co-director of proceedings, Nandi Madaingo, OGF. Please, let's welcome him.
Moro, o metabo, meta, yeah. Arikaneo kiranjiri mo merakadiro ufa. Podio shasinga mbalo pomiko nyoto kutoroka kapaka. Shambo akwetu no abe kutoroka. Komundambo shikwena. Kushamuto mahugyo mingi tukaendea tukongole. Matusho shamuna wanene wetu shibana. Ehena kuvuga kwa maraka na wa ehe. Shositui hingi. Oko hepa. Yeah. The importance of remembrance and memorialization and a memorialization day and the meaning of its denial thereof. Basically, the question is, why is remembrance and memorialization important? And why do we as a people need specific days for that? And why did we choose Shark Island? Shark Island and many other places that we converge on for remembrance and memorialization. So that in brief is my assignment this afternoon. And I would say Shark Island initially opened as a prisoner camp for Vaherero prisoners, earmarked for the Aus Luderitz rail line between 1904 and 1908, singularly and swiftly morphed into the deadliest population density anywhere in the then Southwest Africa, where numerous of Vaherero and Nama people were dumped to be incarcerated, raped, tortured. A campaign of systemic and deliberate obliteration of a people sanctioned by the racist, brutal, and genocidal German state. Although there were several concentration camps during that period in Southwest Africa, in the space that was historically known as Vaherero land and Great Namakwa land. Two sovereign states, actually, that could conclude international treaties and trade independently. Present-day Namibia. Shark Island became notorious as the most lethal and barbaric and most feared by the victims of the genocide committed by Germany of all these concentration camps. Remember, there were many actually in the central and western part of the country. We had a big camp in Windhoek, in Okahanja, in Karip, and in Sokopot. Shark Island stood in a class of its own. It was the most lethal and barbaric one, right here, where we are standing. But as to what exactly happened here, in this space, right in the heart of the former Great Namakwa, and that is not a part of my assignment this afternoon. That falls firmly, I believe, to our leaders, our host, Gaup Hanse and Professor Dr. Mushinda Kashiwa, who are both adequately resourced to speak to that issue in the main addresses that they will be giving us later on. I, though, would want us to reflect deep and hard about why we must remember such events. Events that took place on sites like Shark Island, and why we must honor and memorialize our departed, our forebears, and specifically ask questions of why these days, of what these days represents to our person, to our institutions, to memory, and to literature. On this score, I will lean on the words of 19th century British Prime Minister William Gladstone, who once said, "Show me the manner in which a nation or community cares for its dead, and I will measure with mathematical exactness the tender sympathies of its people, their respect for the law of the land, and their loyalty to higher ideals." End of quote. Esteemed leaders of our movement, supporters, sympathizers, ladies and gentlemen, there are many reasons to celebrate and mourn the life of loved ones who leaves us behind. But for many, I can sum that up into six reasons that I would quickly run through. The first one really is to acknowledge the reality of death. Also to acknowledge the emotions that are associated with death, and to acknowledge that the relationship with the person who has died has shifted from the physical presence to memory. To acknowledge changes in personal self-identity, to ponder and search for a new meaning in life. These are all reasons why we remember and why we want to memorialize the times and lives of those who have left us. In most instances, our own family members. It is also, one other reason is also to receive the loving support of remaining family and friends for the loss of lives, to find closure through expression of remorse, repentance, commitment to non-reoccurrence, but importantly achieve genuine and commensurate justice if such loss, death for instance, was intentionally caused by others. Sadness at the loss of a loved one may never entirely go away, but remembrance lives on. The desire to be remembered lives within our genetic makeup as human beings, as people. It is the age-old reason men kept their initials in trees, placed their hands in cement, chalked their names on rocks. They want to leave their mark. They want to be remembered. But for the living, the real marks they leave are the ones they left on us: a smile, a hug, a timely word of advice. We want to remember those we've loved and lost, not only for them, but also importantly for ourselves, to mend, to heal, to live, and to never forget. So may we ask, what does the absence of a National Remembrance Day mean for us as a people? What does it do to us at an individual level? It means, and specifically when it is not sponsored or promoted by a state that has that obligation to protect and promote the interest of all persons within that space or within that republic. So on the individual level, a state that opposes and ignores the inalienable right of people to remembrance prevents those people from knowing who they truly are, who they could be. It steals the possibility to grieve for their ancestors and find closure through healing and acceptance. Inversely, hindering people from grieving for ancestors and their loss amounts to a day, a year more of a new attack on the dignity of ancestors who've been killed, who've been abused, who've been exploited. The absence of remembrance and memorialization, which is sponsored by a state again, because of that, some people do not even know who they are. And the erasure of our history begets erasure of identities, of cultures, of languages, and ultimately a whole people. So Remembrance Days are a necessity to the continued sustenance of any people. At the same time, therefore, the fight cannot end at a National Remembrance Day. Still, such a day is an imperative for the memorialization of our ancestors, of educating younger generation, of taking a breath in order to continue the struggle. The fight must also involve seeking out concrete places where people can go to heal, to remember, a place where others from elsewhere could come and be told about what happened to fellow human beings who were found at peace in their own space. A commemoration stone such as the one we unveiled does justice as a symbolic form of recognition. It must be part of a foundation with many different stones that builds a solid house where land and property is redistributed, where people can live together, share and know who they are and why they live together. So in summary, the absence of a Remembrance Day, such as the situation that we find ourselves in, At a personal level, it means a loss of identity, no reconnection with one's own history, no occasion to grieve collectively, weakens community. Yeah. And at the political level, it means no national recognition of history of pain, no institutionalization, less opportunity to educate others about history, not considered a topic of national importance, and so forth and so on. So I think, in conclusion, I would want to ask, having talked about the importance of remembrance and memorialization and the need for a state as the protector and the custodian of all interests of our peoples, how much of our history really is remembered at the national level? And I would ask, how much, and specifically the sites of battles during the genocidal campaign, how much of that is remembered at the personal level, at the state level? Amongst these days, for instance, the 12th of January, when hostilities, 12th of January 1904, when hostilities first broke out in Okahanja. Is that remembered? Yes, we of Aherero and Nama people remember that day, but the state chooses not to remember that day. The 9th of April and the 11th of April 1904, respectively, also stands as very important days on our calendar, for they are the days when the gallantry and bravery of our forebears and torchbearers was on full display at the battles of Okanjira and Noviwombo specifically. Amongst other things, this was an audacious assault on the aggressor, which led to the hasty retreat of German forces from Okanjira and the subsequent withdrawal of the military commander, General Luderitz, who would later on be replaced with the Madras Lothar von Troda. Who remembers that? We of Aherero and Nama do, and the Nama people do. Our state turns a blind eye. The 11th of August 1904, when after months and months of reinforcement and an intense public campaign of vitrioling the Aherero people as a bloodthirsty African beast that spilled the blood of the mighty Germans and thus must be exterminated in Germany by the German state, shipping in men armed with ultra-racists sealed to kill the black folk and create what fellow racist German geographers Friedrich Ratzel called Lebensraum, through fully extinguishing and displacing the natives of the land. The Aherero on that day specifically they were encircled at Hamakari with the intent of fully decimating them and expelling them from the land of their birth. That day too is not remembered by our state. We of Aherero and the Nama people will remember these events, and every year for the last more than 100 years, we converge on some of these sites. 33 years down the line, our own state continues to be thinking, it continues to be consulting about the importance of these days. And many of them actually reject our invitations to join us for such days. The 2nd of October 1904, the first of the German extermination orders during the genocidal campaign of 1904 and 1908, essentially what began the march to Shaka Island, is issued at the village of Odombulo Windiba by General Lothar von Troda. Of Aherero people, he said, all of them, children, women, the disabled, the military, the civilian, armed and unarmed, all of them must be shotted. They must be killed in cold blood. Those who escape have no recourse to the rules of modern warfare Germany herself had signed up to. They all must perish and are driven off the land of their birth for all times. This is why we have delegations from Botswana and South Africa as an integral part of our pilgrimage to these events every year. In terms of the human lives that were taken, or the cost in human lives, at least 80% of my people would be annihilated. And tell you who remembers this? We of Aherero and Nama people, we do. But the state of Namibia doesn't. And over the last 33 years, it has neither issued a statement of remembrance or memorialization or simply just words of comforting and remembrance to all the Herero people as the victims of such an event of immense horror and barbarism. And that says something about a state that is habitually, or that is known for habitually issuing hundreds of birthday congratulatory messages to its leaders yearly. It has not issued a single statement to say they remember these days. April 22nd, 1905, the day von Troda decided today, more than many years back, the day von Troda decided the Nama people of the mighty great Namakwaland, with legendary figures like the Isaacs, the Friedrichs, and many others leading the front as commanded by the iconic Jacob Maringa and the towering figure of our struggle, Hendrik Witbooi. They too must be exterminated. When that decision was taken, in that very Nama smart forces of the war they didn't start, where people who could actually hold out the German forces for more than 5-6 years, they couldn't defeat them. The legendary Hendrik Witbooi would be injured and eventually succumb during that campaign, but his tenacity and the spirit of fighting on would spare the Nama people to fight and fight further on under the almost elusive figure of Jacob Maringa. About 50% of what was once a glorious people populating these hills and the open spaces of southern Namibia were decimated. But who remembers that? Only the Overherero and Nama people do. The state chooses not to remember. It chooses not to know. It chooses to do nothing and say nothing about these days. But before that genocidal campaign, almost as part of the many other days, we also remember at our community level, on the 12th of April 1893, Kat von Francois marched on Hornkrans and explicitly made it clear that the Witbois of that particular space must be extinguished. Who remembers that? We, the people, those people who fell on that day, we remember that. And we converge on those historic sites. As a matter of fact, a few days back, the Nama Kauku actually converged in Mariental to remember that day. I'm not very sure whether there was a state representative at that occasion to join them. But again, we are people left to our own devices to remember our own days. For some reason, the state chooses to ignore many of these things. The state of Namibia has both dementia and amnesia about these days and events, but we choose to remember, to convene around our days, because it is our history, it is what defines us, it is what actually guides us into the future. So we would not allow any erasure of our history. And for that reason, and the fact that Shark Island, in the family of concentration camps from that era, stands in a category of its own as a death camp, we said, after many years of going to Swakopmund for reparation walks and remembrance, the leadership, the joint leadership of our people, tasked us to explore as to whether this year we could come to this place. And I would at this point actually want to thank the two, my colleagues on the organizing committee, particularly my boss Ortman at the technical level, who really led us, and of course Sima bringing that all-important institutional memory, who led us and within no time managed to put things together so that we can report back to our leaders that yes, it is possible and we must come to Shark Island. And therefore we are in Shark Island for the first time this year, and we intend to stay with Shark Island for many, many years to come. So, thank you. That in brief was my assignment. I would of course be assisted later on by somebody to translate to Nama. Is that so? Yeah. Moshiherero uriamba hande ungiranje. Amuto bengi balu shinene yare gokusha o kudemburuka o gontiro do vandu vetu no kiapo tuvido tufasana ngoshino shina hepero shinene kuruhungire tu o shina shishisha poi machitraeresha ndiashitwa kwethombi morukapita vede nosho vanhu tusokushitariga ino tudikareke koma muno mwashiri okuzhovina ovina bitu muto amarashimini urovina okushafatwapo vino vingikusha nongwava tuchivelemburuka uhepo kulemburuka kushosho mundo muni yakure ndiyo hena kiene nokurundurura ushiwe kushondiro shikwa itoro vantu nondiro njari nondishita viko viwana usha uri hongere konokusha ushiwana shetu shishamupondo ndorive nyishanyenyeurwa ni mashitungu vishinde komurungu mwashi usho vinda peke mbiwene nokutaramo okulemburuka nokuku kakusha kako mundu musha wahatu mundu melemburuka numesha peno vyanje vyalakwa peno mahi yanje peno longombe peno otate no mama toma tupa yao yeri kiro vandu ishi no moko lakiara ndifiwa kuye ovinamiga vikotoka ousha okulemburuka mauvandiro kulemburuka ndi orupo runene roshiwa nokukaenda kumurungu nokuonga biro vyasho okusha vikotoke viriro matango mashiyanja kolondekura nadasho mwashiri ya usho vina vyafanango tuke apo kusha usho vina vimwe shuhena euvaro kulemburuka di Maria twako makaya tuhambura kana iye hipo yo horomende rike ripanjari vandu shinaveka panjari kushungu wao mevadapi maraka yao chikwa lombalo yao chikwa mena kusahanje maventere kwa musharumwe meite monobagu no vandu varwe nokuhena kushungu kushambi yao vidovini ousha okutwata munino mauva yetu wamana hepero shinene shiva kutukaenda kwatieri keuri nokuhena ukano bateno kulako ndao wohoromende po yehita kutuko lomborobino kobita tunoshiu penei euvaraka hanja omauva akanjira noravi wombo euvarahama kari euvaralombulo vindimba euvashimunandi omauva ehenga ovikando vingi tukara amatuisa nohoromende yetu osho vandu merivirira kutushevera osho vakwatira veiti tukama tuisana yeukapo naete novikando vingi ivuva urino kuhena kuya matushandangi ndio ndikusha meya oshi. We thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being in our midst. Generally, we, of course, Swakopmund also have been doing, but at any other level, we are just ignored. Yeah. Yeah, but I wish Matushavi, Okuhepa, Musha, Diontino, Karo Mutido, Shino Shive Shitapondonjo, Pothio Wisho Horomende, but with the Trawe, Ipatome Hori, no Vishakuka Kushitiro Vina. Yeah. Okuhepa, Amara Mambo Yadingo, Obutwasha, Movi Nampio, ombie tunaera kusha olombarade tushira na kushavi tunomeri virira kokahanjo kutu yende ubarihe tunokarireza tunuswako munda gitwa ngura njashuka koye nambarona ino honja utogurarakanwa maandero hiyo bakwetushira ya akuru obinanga tutunge onde teto batunge tare kushaka ele ndajaro ruvere opupashitiro bondi jasanako mati yeneno kienda oya tutupuko vikaraka mangamba tulipota kwa wana wetu mbaroshitabi prof kashiwa no mbaroshitabi mundambwini iyo bakwena munene isaka kuhene no kapu na yete ndio timenane uruhole nduri ko shiwana chango ya okusho binembi atuyarura abecho jero kusha nungatiete abe ongobiwa na byao oputwa ke kukaramba moshi toshisho kubemburuka no kufefuro tuwela twetatuye pupa karane kurungire twevita sanango tuno virongo vingi kutusokienda no kwa haiwa mbia shukwa okusha munotweya nu omene penjera naona nokusha karuvele kufere mkuru o ndoruvele mvi oro nongarire mwindo ndondo de imbo pa beshitiro ndombi oro ruri pondondo ya roe jihe na ya roe kushuka nongaye mo uparanga kushawa inde ponjo afrikanchi ovandoishi muve niongera ukapatura okamba imi bakapature mo Poland yokude po vandu mwana bwasana ngwini njiri inja ile pano njara no mweza no mepera njiri akauto kude pano bo hasa no mikomina wangu ojo kupasire mati yangu matungura mitso kumbura obina hepero kwetu shovando veni kushanjo horo mende yetu na imba mitso kutushimira kave ngura eto veni bimatine matu kwenitso kumbura ojo kuhepa ulindaki yari
Thank you very much to Andy Modengo. Esekui khunjogumi. Khabida mai ni tai am se Shark Islands ngabanet no buros mire konsentrasi kamp kugeha I ko omsti kamp kugeha I khabe ta go shak island san kuindu baske aye harosas ke shak island san wani we sa se kun sara de crisis in wukka ora kam uidika so now ha kam ku waka je ngai kam hai ke ora sikka nasting angkas ke shak island sadago ibas sada kon yo ora so we sa se no ba gire kam e khabe ne ba ko kam e diga haya amaka khoi si ba ge hong aga yit mai chi khoen do mai che khum as gire sis uwe kais mas ke shak island sadago when you was remember and memorialize and you hosting ein incense that stand and hoba khoi ding han hasasi ngabo kun khoi sa un ka ge mwai maske ein ne basindraza it's time to tai ge ye ne khoi di dan ai basindra ni e masa se stand wadi chitain khoi di chinan ai ho o khabe mai sa khoi si sa maba khut trian khaisa angkas wap di esa nei pratis maske ein esen padran aromas o khabet stan ne ein esen se de mai de mayotski ne da go kain chingasam ngaran anai ayo chi khaisa daits a khaisa maba khut trian khaisa sis ni habe tau khaisa sa wap chi chungba go na khu wana skira anai an kai ratses ayo ratses at sta mai mayo ji satan kanopje ne khaisa sada nei ka do ma dige ngobu chikubu shogoromi chidige che de go kai ayo ga kanu phakuma dratsa khab kanu ban ayo do ma sinda naman che ron sindunan ayo de oski ngasa ka sa chungsa mai khai anopje ga an ka pada sada di chungba wanga da ye khaisa di ngobu da ye khaisa oski sada di kaus ti akume province mbas istina atika nak esa tsangai kaya maga ayimbo wa a sitsa ai kunta festival obuchiko busida gomi. Thank you very much Nandi Mirando. Good, we will move on. Galpet was asking whether the Gibeon youth is around. Can I, with a show of hands, see whether you're around? I see one hand. There is one youthful from Gibeon. Go. All right. Now I will call upon the next item on our program is the tribute to late Gauka, Gober, and Gaup Holia. And this item will be handled by Gaup. All right, before we go on to the tribute, I will ask Osisima Labor to do the update on events. Then we'll move on to the solemn part of our program, which is the tribute to late Gauka, late Gober, and late Holia. Thank you very much. Abang Ombasimaza.
Hakuga ebi tritridat ma. Aber kam kun ebi tritrida. Kayos. Okay, my people, thank you very much. I'm only going to speak for hopefully 3 to 5 minutes because I've been speaking since yesterday, and mine is only to give a little bit of an update from a technical side, from the OGF and the NTLA technical committees on sort of the general restorative justice campaign as we have been instructed by PC Kachiwa and by Gao Isa. Di ka hutide nona koromani kutu dat ngwa technische span sa honet ngidi ko seda ama sedok awa khatali tuiba has au ne helika khams nest khadaka mabama si manzinda ka ko si matitera musi na fatla ko tuiba mas. I wanted to do that because I don't want to speak after the elders. The tributes are for elders. The tributes that are going to be made are for elders, and I think that should, a child shouldn't speak after that. So I want to finish this part before that one comes. A few years back, Professor P.C. Uchinde and of the OTA, and therefore the OTA, and the NTLA decided that Gaup Johannes Isaac should be the campaigner for the restorative justice campaign on behalf of the NTLA and the OTA. That was the decision that was made between the two leaders. It was also decided that PC Prof. Kachiwa is going to deputize Gaup Isaac in this position. And that is how the technical teams were instructed to carry on with a few objectives as was set by the two leaders. Kuriku karuha iya ikeke Gaup Isaki NTLAs si PC Kachiwa Hanka OTA saralese ke apeslate Gaup Isaki ke ais habini ma ne kamsma ne kamwis di restorative justice di drami husnas asa aima basa sipke imba PC Kachiwa pha rama hotai se makam sanikam kunan ebe restakhra. I'm waiting for everybody to get settled. Since the joint declaration has been signed, there have been a lot of developments. Joint declarations king an is kauka iki warakase umakasiro ti huati uak nang kwai huak nang kwai adi corona ki hain si ke mangas wasara tinge NTLAs ti OTAs tira di man haro sakamati ha tai komsi duga entle uma Deutschland dikum komeo mani marieti otai komsi baha. Since the joint declaration has been announced, a lot of people have been asking, what is the problem of OTA? And what is the problem of Gau Isaac and NTLA? Why is NTLA, a lot of people are asking, why is NTLA holding us back? Why is OTA holding us back? I will explain the reasons why by referring back to the 2006 resolution that was made in Parliament. The resolution outlined 4 principles that formed the basis for the charges against the German regime. These 4 principles are that what happened during 1904 to 1908 must be acknowledged as genocide. That is the first thing that must happen. The second thing that must happen is that Germany must apologize to the Nama and the Ovaherero people as the affected communities. Another thing that is its basic principle is that the Nama and the Ovaherero people are entitled to demand reparations and repair for the damage that was just acknowledged, for which there was an apology. We are entitled to demand reparations. It was also agreed that the Namibian government would be an interested party between its nationals and Germany, and that the dialogue must be convened on the one hand by the Namibian government and representatives of the victim communities and Germany to solidify the excellent relationship between the two countries, whatever the excellent means. I'm not sure if it's excellent. But that is the basis of the agreement. That is the instruction that the Parliament gave. Go and do this. None of this is reflected in the joint declaration. The joint declaration does not talk about anything that was decided by the Namibian Parliament. Parlements mai nu e 2006 nga oske parlement sa hele ka parliamentarian yang na parlements nga ngwan je wan ia je hoku si ke resolusi sa ke u ne resolusi ke par beginsel punti na dira mingwing tuis ia has ia ramies ke nientinal firitin nientinal achitin aiku ai pagi hilhus ngas ap ke Duitslanda am uns asening an as ke ai peni ha ienige wan kwa ukui hai mis ein ike mut ai pening an kai andai tsang hoing an kat matskayo sini ni sisa kam kwistining an kai skau oje uba banitani ngake tsuntsu e kwen ai ike uba banitani tip kan uba batani tuas kau kan neke I ui sa hui am sip kan uba batani kau kan ike neke tsumu bani diunwe uba batskukan otskumra tsundu keke huken uba tere dinimi titskum tsundu keke titska mio o ni mio mati tera ne tsumba diunu titkom kwena aitsmani mio ni tita ken habaha ne tsunke ne tsop ini diunu eti ngas keke parlements ke min khasa tis ke parlements ke min Namibia ting hanup ke Duitsen hanup khani Namibia ting hanup ke ni faciliteer prosesa in namansi heron sina Duitsland dita wan arete Ngwatswatswaka. Okuskikiti hangi. Joint declarations atska ko o ije tsoi huine tsina khlat joint declarations ma tsoi sani ngasina khwazat ma tsisi da ke honor ngade komai diuda tsisa ko dida verkeer tse komai ki satsa komai ama ko satsa komai wada ke komai tsoi khaye istina le kunami et maha. The joint declaration does not reflect any of the illegal takings and subsequent intergenerational impacts of the genocide. And so, the OTA and NTLA, after having examined the joint declaration, can see that Germany has not acknowledged genocide. Every German politician which gets up, tells the newspapers and the public, we have acknowledged genocide. But in the joint declaration, it has not acknowledged genocide. Not at all. Why? Because the German government is referring to the genocide from today's perspective. In every sentence that they talk about the genocide, they say, from today's perspective. What does that mean? It means Germany is saying at the time that the genocide took place, it was within its legal right to commit the genocide. Yes. That is what it means. We have spoken to an international team of lawyers to try to get to what is it that these guys are actually, why is from today's perspective so important? And we read the court documents of Germany's argument in New York. And in that court argument, Germany is saying it had the right to do whatever it wanted to do with its citizens. That is its argument. I think this is what we should understand. Duitslandike am uye an tamaha nera ngarima goat ti mi kwen an ke tira mi kwen ke ama tama era mi sada huna kainsen ngai atma ha huya halve amaka rami bata Duitslandike rami from today's perspective. Today's perspective tiga mio oi kirang aibasen netse kui ike kamkuis asia muika habe iken ai ike kamkuit ma iken ai iske Duitslanda na ai hanu baje uai wetku volgens nan ai die wetku volgens ai hanu baje uai ta kau kuna le kwenkatisa tirami Duitsland nong ada ko haba dugan an ko kwensi tara mari mai mi bayo o nga kwena mi pare progerir ku ko mi pada siski sima sako haisi progerir ku ngau ko haisi tsiko mi ama tamai turamiti Tip ke kau isa ko pa komi ama tamaiti. Tip ke pisi kachua pa komi ama tamaiti. O sato matirami di tingri. So, the joint declaration is saying that the German government will apologize. How do you apologize if your admission is conditional? Then it is not a genuine apology, it is a conditional apology. Ngadi ein hanubada ki umai ngan IB weti volgens Sato Amstiba. Tiramin self the Duitsland dige habin mbatire tiramin. O tairan zubai. Tairan zubai. Maske kasa temaha. Maris ia ranghuais ke ontwikkelingshulp tira kaye. Reparations ha kot sumba diunus timit maha. Tin Namibia ba ontwikkelingsgerang kwa. Oike development aids ti reparations tiran aku verskille ha. Resoluties kirami reparation ti joint declarations kirami ontwikkelingshulp ti. Ngak kais ama I je nama kauku ti OTAs ti kauku ti paramount chief itina joint declarations sa haraha kasa ko kaisu ko kasa. These are the reasons why the paramount chief and Kaup Isaac have rejected the joint declaration. I will only highlight a few of the legal actions that have been taken. I won't go into the general sort of lobby and advocacy work that we have done, because I think these are very important developments that have never taken place in the past. We have finally managed to get our foot into the door of the United Nations. And this is a very important victory for us, for all of us sitting here. So hui iada kuning airok nga rekreiki torongas ase ne kamsna si uken moras kauka inken naman si herontina fefe os di diers na kusi kumpa torongas ase. Sida geni sisa ngapens ekosi fefe os hadara ai kaisa netera thubi keto eindelijk ko kai isin ngai. Sida ge Society for Threatened People tirami engans ian netsen Christina Sadak Kahas siko kadi a wida ida netsen uiba mai intinke indi prokurierna je amada ni organisasi tinke ha ICCHR tirami na intinke prokurierna ke mada Amerika ba hustina da ke prokurierna ke ho ne prokurieren Karasisen are sida ke fefe os di dies no kuka di kuda toch mire mas hoka da gotoh anisisa regkreiske sadati ayeng hanuba da ko kofika iu hanut masit stasisen uda hanu procedure ka sport So some of the legal actions that we have taken until so far, I will only highlight the one of the UN mechanisms because I think that is a major breakthrough for all of us. For the first time, again, since independence, the Nama and the Ovaherero people have managed to get their foot into the doors of the United Nations. We have had the support of Society for Threatened People, who is also here with us today, and who also supported us to put the tombstone that we have put today. They provided their lawyers. ECCHR, another organization, they provided their lawyers from London in the UK, Minority Rights Group International, another human rights organization. They provided their lawyers from the US. Lawyers have been provided. We have been working, the technical team mainly, with this international group of lawyers to make sure that the United Nations listens to us. And this has been a breakthrough. The final breakthrough, even though the case is in court, is that we have always avoided and always asked our government, please work with us. Please hold our hand so that we can face the elephant in the room together. You as our government and us as Namibian citizens who you owe something to us. Unfortunately, the Namibian government has, for its own reasons, until now, not done so. So we decided to take the Namibian government to court, and the case is in court. Thank you.
Kama ngauri limetupuka koko kovinasima pia ingire ambara vino shina no shiposa shetu jo ontuvasane no pokatike iretu na vandu ishi shitusha outie no entiele bova hero no vakwina mu vimpumba vyao vingi vanaka urontuvasane nocho oshi nakatunuri okujisoko okuferekarira kushongwa shitwa nakauro ntuvasane nocho nunca pashitwa kura mapo inakaura no nuwasha makautira pombe ponja hitisi wa maparlamenta hiyo mbara yetu shitabija aruka amahitisi po omukwao komudambo ongwena ombara kwa imarirwa komo 2006 sha hitisi ombe ponjo njani ngiro vina ambara kabiaro vina vitatu po vina kufao okusasane kano bisako oshino shitenga shainjo chikudama kuo genocide parliamentary motion ayo genocide mumbura njo mayovi bari na hamwe oshino shitenga shari okuraisa kusha karo jashifa koshi wanashoga herero wanashoga kwena pokati ko 1904 no 1907 na pona 1908 ongaro njo yari oshitiro shijacha oshino shitenga shashira isiwamo nepuro parlamenta njo nintu nu menaro kusho shitiro shijaja shishuru kwa kusha onga tukiro yoveta onga chashangwa rukuru mo madhema mihoko mikutasane munoveta imwe ohongora muvo chashangwa mo yovina masere muvino mirongo vine na hambo tatu jishaera kushovitiro njanja avishitwa onga tukiro oveta nushiwa shiti ufokuka no mano mbumo futuvi okusha opukwadira byo shino shitenga ehiro vandu ishi lithokie fa pondondolo yokuya kura kushona cyo shitiro shinjaja shirazo nokia kura mondondo ishabari ngiro ngunde arwe no horu yo mbepo nyoja hitisiwe yo mbaraliwa komo parlamenta mbaro shitabietu oshino shishabari okusha bi ufokufuto vandu mena usho washitonga tukiro yoveta ya shwabo no kufuto vandumbo shishiro shinauri yambara shishena usemba popetapi ufoku ningiro njesiro mutu ndishi wafutwa nyetwa fako wa mutu ya uyu njesiri aro shino shisha tatu shaomba noho ombepo njoya yako koshino shishaine shokusha ovandoveni imbamba tabeso kuri hingirira po avesha bio njesiro jaenene kwete po wabuso kuyeta kwete shwandu kufanya nyaurwa nokieko mawini wetu na mata yetu ufokusana pi aikahingirwa mo nongai no mungunde ngiro ishaine mungunde njono puba hingira kusha oveni baba tashima beri hingirirepo oromende ya Namibia maika ambosho movie ule lipo meo kukara no kusha hapa tunamjo bibaba oveni veronte beri hingirirepo okusho bidambi obyari omadeva kukwakura mene oshipota chetu opo ehukidari fokuka popo katika horomende wabando ishi no horomende yetu oshi na shisha shitwa no horwedo rungi gai no hanje parino umune okushasha na shika shina kumashi pofio wisho vingi pia shitwa biwanambio bivarimbi okatokotora no kakonyiso biposa ko America vyakaeta kushe hilo bando ishi no ndari konyiso uti uno kubanda riye ko shitia lichina banonga tuingire pondondo njo hilo bando ishi hilo kutokoleza ya mari ingire oromende yetu na bana itanauka gunda yala no kuya jo mahungi peke kupitilia mwa minister lao biposa wapenje shimona moruvenendo jaro minister utoninioma kwasha okameno shino kushita overi bouriri oshainjima ko facilitator omundu moto kusha simuno mutone ohiva nao guhere munyante weinde hore ya usha ndio binana ya kura mabesha kako abeko makia ya nao pothi wisho bandoishi shibeke hapo kushana bana mabe akuhingira simape muni kwa yoga ino gwini komandiro yo ruko kama kukakano shimalia horomendo pia tanaukiro kushana bana yo jifo kuhingira kuno horomendo kwao mena kusha moventa yo uye pesa kukara na ave trapo shile de shathanango gunda mapeshi kwa kusha wayuta vahingiro ngarati po bandoishi shiba no po bandoishi vayuta vahingiro ngarati oveni kuneo Israela kukuramena po vayuta mberi mu Israela shaomba veigire kuno vimbumba uriri bihero do horomende po mahingeri foroma mo committee okukuramena po vayuta behaka mu Israela ousha apekoro shide de shathanango oshisha kaetisa kushoromende ai erike no kuhena osho vimbumba vyetu imba ova parte paiti famanene mojinasho ave hafamo no dontiero ngadushi maidiki ove kuramene pono kutwapo do committee dayo da de karamo okuingiro shina shigai no domburambo mbari gunda adeta ontuwa sana no komandero noho jihena ya etro garate kwete oshovati vati fiwo to de to metokushi watu bae ko bino mawini wore pothio kusha jakali kwa uri ikabuga ka uri tetuiguve mo 2001 shimatu to corona ya okusha oshina shishe tietiza nushima yutoke ndio tubasane no iye no aira isa kusho tubasane no nji obandoishi gunda vepata na kusha venoncho orondu ovesha onashi oshivahitise mbori mwero uti huno kuovisa na wabandushi mabuwa wavisa beheretu rokusha onasho shitiro shinjanja shimotara okuda mehorandino okusha kumapehe kusha bashira mwashe we pomba shira mu odumburambari pothia meshabi orubendo sheshere ndo hanje kapena vete jimaisha ere orushero oushonando karushero na ushabi oveta yo kushorushero ya utunei ondo bandoishi owo mo do papira dawo mo biposa besha desave tule pakatwaro vantu vondondo bondondo yo mina isho mahingo manene ngo yarino doveta kuva kurafana na kusha katuna kushito binabya sana kwidi shimaturu kumwenoi pofio kusha ovesha mo 1904 tetwari yabara donjima ito pomi pokawa kuti kapari no veta maisha ere kushowa babe hachitu chinesha sana okusha dinondi oshitwalilo vantu mena sha paro doveta tutra oshe kutuwa tule wamahina bano katike no bikoe ouya ndio ndi twalilo bantu butu so ku protectwa ouya simotame hora ndio ndi shiro shinashia tushitisha mashira 1000 yaro oshitiro shinjanja pofio kusha murubele ndo okapari na ndio veta imaitu shairi kushabi atule po bantu boka baro bantu katika ya protectwa yo veta okusho nanjo oveuri kashina shawe okupataniza uri omundu mapataniza kusha nanjo uri okusha kwete otoputushera viparo paka hu na ndakumba bave ukile pomba ave ukura onikosishe na ndakumwando ishi paro paka hu mena usho mapungo podo kutembe china twapewa tatuwaperwa wina kushavero ndera ili irondere kongwao okusho ndenga njio kushavia kuroncho shianderei pauli kaparino riete ya imbambari mo mahungingwa ve okukaenda kumurungu mena usho mundu shimasha kenanjo ibyo binabi mosha kashanga futo obi kwa nundo ronchefiro tomani kirodo bikwe pofio kushamena kushambamba ave unguro binambyo ete ko umune wetosho entiele ino uti kave ungura no ntando yakashiri kushapetre oshifuta shishirisho ngoba ndobeni pata oba vaira wina kumurunguri hajema community marifa okushe hungia rikarira kushabina bana watu mupodo project ama tu mupovi kwae odo project anda shiva noho made hingirwa kushaveri moko to wana mibia uri ringuda atushiwa kushanoga itwa ama metuonti kuno vandu vetu bavuko vya wana no South Africa no do Canada no pinu behairo kukarianga shivamba twara kushavaka kwatira ngoko mbundo jembo shivamba utokienda upene inome na kusho mawini yao gweso kugi upisa muno kaemo oveso kapahuka shikuria kwa nakara ousho binambye mbitwa ombitwa nakaurira injo ndubasana injo na penjeno kusha noho oyo njo horomende obinambyo vyanjwa ko parliament ushaka yungure pothia ushaika kambura mama ke parliamenta noho ai ipomasa te gutumona kusha horomende mehiro uyara kayunguro bina bi hapurire ko bantu kushanga yungure otushwa kusha mehindi olomboro 30 no chihupe ohoromende yetu kayaroro kuningira oufebako biwanambi ondo nenjo horomende yetu ambara ida moshira shoshina nenjima oswapo no the manifesto delira todo contract oswapo kayaroro kukara no kusha matu wa kuhingirira poshitiro shinjaje shino the manifesto that kaitamuna okusha kayaroro kupura kwa matoro lebe hindi kusha hapo mamufu kuhingirira po yone mo shina chorive okusha tumona usha kabena mende itanjono oshino ishabari tumona usha mena kusha oshipoda yosho miho ko mjataka baruyi omoba herero bakarira shimuna bayuta no andu barwe no bakwena tulimo mahipeke peko usho horomende ehirimwe kaina ufemba kusha mayingirire po obandu beri mo mahipeke peke mbeno ba horomende peke peke osho binambyo bingo bifatara matutara no kusha njo agreement do initiate maku mai tuwa motu konva hapo mbari peta munwa orukonva shimona nvindo rakara harta pa osho lonjupa maheke na erongo akudo to convert to mapi from the projects and to sure no so the projects that they have up on do yoru convert they have washi with to sure kusho bantu betu mo to convert to kusha farot to kuda kororowa na ifakari do bantu batitondo mu yo vandu be yoke kuriro bekipeta ete to sure kusha mo to convert to limu urongo ungepo to bele to mo research to pututi shiva mako mother project mother yamo mo shomuthi mo commerce direra kusho project that implement mo shomuthi mother to other people obitaba etetuno hautonga ya okusho kinambyambara yaingire simba kushabi eto putwarera o enjoy mako joint declaration na kwa ya doro yakatombo hamara opara dia katombo katulei etetwasha yoshi hauto udio shikuru kada shimashinyo dororwa no ye katuna morupa uri mapya shiketule paithisa okusha matuvanga ehungi etekwete ehungindi ndisokuliro shitiro shinjanja popo kuingira o justice yetu pokati ko horomende kapoka pokati ketu na ingungwe tu depa eungindo teshakwete carry out ngamba no paro shipota chetu kitwa twako horomende simano shaingire kusha twakarorura tumunusha horomende nyojiri mama pota tekutuso kunyama tuye atukwenda atuliheka no kukonja mu mwadodera kusharika nenga tie pamwe pofio kusha tuyarwa ngadushi tweke hapo ndondo kutoro horomende yetu okupfako ko shambanguriro jihena yari on decision obupu pofio kusha tweke ambo hapo ndondo no yokuingira kuno miyo ko mikutathane mo kuhitamo matuo peke jaserekare kusha ondono nene no mina kusha miyo ko mikutathane shibyama nokupuratina kwete nonga mwinjo ndwasane nonjo vauto kuungulisira karetu kusha paunguro biungura byasana ngwini pofio kusho biwano bini byatunwa kabina indi bya etwa mo shingiro shafanako okusho obisho osha mo mihoko mikutasane imo dongunde dokuso kudengurulo biposa byasana ngwini makodo crimes against humanity obandu mbata beto kukarapo averi hungirire kushabi oshi futa shishi no ndengu kwete oshine no kushete tukana munyombo akutuka kushakashina kushitwara kwa ondi shipashitwafi ojo inambia byeka byashitwa pofia ojo mihoko mikutasane byauto kushanga mo documenta na kushakako peno bandu pashitwa ni umkwetu sima nao wanjo ndango nene ko kumakuru bemwe bawashe society for threatened people all to vamuke hiro bandu ishi onbetu pero shimariwe shingishi neno kieno ku okutwapo mbindingi twatwapo ndiondi varive mweno bandu betu po hahende dao mo puno do minority rights no tutfaro tungi peke onvinambyo vingi bimabeka mu mahongio bahono benishima beko ingira pofio kusho bina bya tunuko nono kya rulo ndangu njo kusha ndakukawo obiungura byo kasha tienda ko muruko okusha bare hongiri rasa nango ya okwenda.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the translation. Yeah, we will move on with our program. Next on my program will be the Gibeon youth to give us a rendition. A song from Gibeon youth, followed by Gaub Wetboy with a tribute of late Gauka, Kober and Goliath. Gibeon youth. Can we move swiftly, please? Yeah, there is a car blocking the road, number plate N187655 Windhoek. Can you please kindly remove the vehicle from blocking the road? Again, N187655 Windhoek. Thank you so much. Abang kumbari mana?
Goedemiddag, good afternoon. As per instructions from Captain Klude, the Director of Proceedings, I will associate myself with the protocol established by saying all protocol observed. Before starting with the task I was called for, I need to make a little remark about our historical days. That is 12th April, the 22nd of April, the 2nd October, and 29th of October. Talking about April. When we are talking about April, we are having April Fool Day. The fact that April is having a full day does not mean the 12th of April is a full day. Brutalities has been executed 22nd of April is not a full day. Same brutalities has been executed. And I don't know how the Germans was working with days in months, although it was different years. Why they were, or how they were working with the month October. 2 days after the start of October, they attacked the Herreros, which was the 2nd of October. And again 2 days before the end of October, which was the 29th of October, they attacked Hendrik Witbooi, killing him in the now Karas region. Coming back to 12th April. This year, 12th April, when I was speaking at the event in Mariendal, I was asking and pleading our government to look and listen what we are talking about this day. We are having more days, different dates. But I was connecting the 12th of April, the Horenkrans Day. What happened the 12th of April? Outer Nansep Hendrik Witbooi was having a son who was handicapped by them. And during that attack, he was crawling, struggling for his life to hide somewhere. But he could not manage. And he was killed, shot to death by the same Germans. 12th April, we lost a son who was 12 years old. Is he not a hero? A Namibian hero who lost his life in these brutal actions. I was not called to be about this, but to come and pay tribute to our fallen heroes in the name of the late Deputy Kau, Narayana Kau, Stephanus Goliath from the Nitoa Besaba, and Kau Beatrice Simon Moses Koper from the Cape Home. Coming back to Stephanus Holliard. I am not sure at this stage how to handle this one. Reasoning that our community was supposed to be part of this event, but we were informed that they are still in the mourning period, and since their mourning period will be ending 29th of this month, they could not participate in this event. So I am just putting in that apology on their behalf. Not sure what I'm supposed to do in this regard. I will just read a hymn in honor of the late Stephanus Holliard. And we will leave that one at that stage. For the late Reverend Petrus Simon Moses Kober, I am having someone who can do it the best, better than me. His brother, the Reverend Francis Joseph Kober, he will conduct that part. So I will ask the brass band and the congregation or the community to join me by singing hymn number 148. Ada kainchi maam sarmadi maire ka kai khoti kwasiban kwa. Let us rise and sing that song in honor of the late It's hymn 347. Brass, are we ready? Kung huchitrang huwaite sa wingu kaindama ti eloka kaide sang wa ta turatma omdons te ainda rasa sabi se ngaske ha abo ti kain omisa ti amngas ngabaha kung huchitrang huwaite sa wingu kaindama sang wa dara duratma di Can we please get the tempo right? Kung kuchuran huwete sa wingu kaindama Di elokira kaide sang wada duradma di era Ken ainda rasa sabe se ngaske ha Abo sponsor kuche hwari sa tanis uiptis nga. King Omrosa Kai Kari Aim Ohan Didika. Sa ay nadani uiga om gausi koidasi. Sa ay Dani sa wiba di in hwa we out chi. We may be seated, Reverend Francis Joseph Atkowa. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Whitboy, for this opportunity. I am the younger brother to the late Chief P.S.M. Cooper. He was born on the 20th of August, 1949, and his son set on the 27th of June last year, 2022. And we all together buried him on the 24th of July, 2022. Therefore, allow me to greet you in the blessed name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. May his never failing, ever abounding grace, mercy, and love be with us all here present today. It is a sad moment for all of us, but in particular for our family. I'm also feeling the pain with his loss. Our people and our communities, the Nama people and the Hereros indeed, and the Over-Herero nations indeed, the entire people of Africa. We are living in changing times. As we are gathered here today for the remembrance of the Genocide Day in our country, which has meted out against the Nama and the Over-Herero people. Let us continue to pray for guidance and the indwelling of the Holy Spirit as we forge ahead with our struggle for restorative justice. We lost a great deal at the hands of the German, the brutal, the cruel German people. Many of our people today have lost their sense of mission. We are on a mission. the chill of our zeal and enthusiasm, the purpose and urgency to proclaim our quest, the gospel of liberation and freedom must always and forever be proclaimed. We are living today, after our independence, in a time where the slogan, One Namibia, One Nation, is hollow and means nothing in the current setup. It's really a lip service. Equally, in our independence for which we fought and sacrificed like our ancestors did, our government is pursuing a different agenda, it seems. Our government is constantly and continuously turning its back on us, especially the Nama and the Herero communities. We, whom they know, and we all know that we are powerless and dispossessed, yes, we, the Namas and the Ohaereros, we are claiming that we have a democracy. We have a democratic constitution. But this constitution only starts and it ends with elections. The majority of our people are still swimming in abject poverty, unemployment, social injustices, corruption, alcoholism, racism. When we are coming together as Hereros or as Ovahereros or as Namas, we are viewed as tribalists. It is unimaginable that Namibia seems to have lost direction within the short space of 30 years. To free our people and to secure the loss of dignity and all the other evils connected to it. Yet, contrary to that, the glorious legacy of our traditional leadership, especially from these two groupings, under the leadership of the NTLA, the OTA, and others, we had a clear directive by the desires and struggles of our descendants in search for dignity and freedom. That directive is heard and expressed through the gospel imperative to go and preach the message of salvation and freedom to all in our country. And in so doing, they are even risking the harsh consequences of hostile treatment which is meted out against them. However, it is evident that the Nama and Ovahereros people have a mission to fulfill in equipping or rather empowering themselves. It is clear that we cannot expect from our government the way things look at the moment. They Therefore, we need to stand up for ourselves. We must continue to be in the forefront for a drastic change in our daily lives. It is now time. A time in which our traditional leaders and communities in Namibia forge ahead. Forge ahead with commitment, unity of purpose, even amidst seemingly unsurmountable odds. For we had a common and a sacred trust. We can see today that there is seemingly a detrimental shift from the common vision and goals at the end of the first 3 administrations we had in our government, with egocentric aims and ambitions. It is also evident that we are also floundering in a sea of confusion, which is eroding the accord, which must be the basis of our common mission as a country. We can see from the century-old recommendations of our ancestors that the issues they sacrificed for have not meaningfully changed to date. Needless to say, we are deeply but negatively affected, and we are already aware where this infestation takes place. We are aware. Today, as we are gathered to remembering the 22nd of April, 1904 to 1908, we are freshly today at this place in Luderitz, freshly reminded that the rusty swords of the old are powerless. They cannot block the urge for our own resolve in reclaiming our ancestors. And that remains our sacred duty. Our machinery for retooling for the future needs more than cleaning and oiling. We need new machines, new implements, and new strategies sufficient for our future outlook and to secure our dignity. Today, as we commemorate the Genocide Memorial Day, we can be and must be proud that our heritage is linked to leaders like Gaup Pierce and Cooper, and many forebearers who hoped with dignity and with great self-esteem. A lesson we have learned from Chief Cooper, from Paramount Chief Rugoro, from Chief Afrikaner, from Chief Holia, from Chief Koichi. They are the owners of this land. They have taught us that we can hope with dignity and with great self-esteem because our ancestors already refused to be treated as less human. Let us be prepared to die fighting. We can be elevated in our knowledge that they exalted God's help in everything they did. That they walked with God every step of the journey. And God led them straight to our quest. It is a great legacy, and we all have a charge to keep. We must be ever mindful of our heritage, keeping before us the long march to restorative justice. We must not be satisfied with quick fixes. We must not start something and leave it halfway without completion. We must be ever mindful of our heritage. I repeat that. Our vision must be clear as Gaupius and Cooper and all the others which I have mentioned already. That our posterity can look back in pride, not in anger, and can continue to carry the torch for many more generations to come. This is not our fight. This is not our fight. The fight is for our generations to come. As I'm concluding, we pay tribute to Gaupius and Cooper as our family pillar, a warrior of worthy works, a selfless servant in our church and the community, the Nama and the Ovaherero communities. Indeed, he was one of the vocal leaders on the issue of the genocide. And he was in the forefront with this fight for restorative justice. As we reflect over his legacy, the same goes to all our Gaups, all fallen leaders. What I want to make here clear is that politicians, not all politicians are leaders. You find leaders who can also be a politician. But there are some politicians who will never become a leader. Now, as we are gathered here at this place called the Shark Island, better known as the death camp, where our ancestors were kept and tortured, brutally murdered, raped and maltreated. This is where human beings were kept, the place where we are this morning. For some, we are not here for a festival. We are not here for a festival. And I am sure that late Chief Cooper would not have laughed to see that we are here to fight for food, for whatever and whatever. His aim this is the place where the sharks were fed with thy remains. After treated in a very and absolutely inhumane manner. Here what is this place? Shark Island. So many have died. Many have to starve to death and brutally tortured. Our women were raped by the German soldiers. Many had to be chained. Some taken to Cameroon and to Togo and never returned. This is the most barbaric treatment that we have, that our people experience. Therefore, we must today salute all our technical teams, the traditional leaders, for their foresight in bringing us to this place, to get the feeling and to... This is a place of horror. This is what this genocide is all about. It's not about money that we can get, but we are looking for a better treatment as human beings. Therefore, the message from late Chief Cooper would have been the horror, what happened here on this place must always be remembered. Must always be remembered. It cannot be denied. It must be taught in our schools. History must be learned wherever we go. And we must be guided by what we know also to be the history. The history. It cannot be that my and our government can be in a camp with the Germans, leaving his own people on the other side, whilst the German government is viewing us as savages, as people, subhumans, and therefore, as it was explained here, therefore, they did what they did. On the 15th of November 1884, 14 countries met, the European countries met in Berlin to discuss how they will partition Africa, our country. And this is how the Germans ended up here. I've never heard of a conference which lasts for more than 3 months. What do you discuss at a conference for 3 months? And no African was represented at that conference. Therefore, it's a painful reality, and we must take what we are picking up here, take it back to the corners of Namibia. People must hear that we are not playing games. We are not playing games. The pain that we feel, the pain that our people, our ancestors went through, we can still feel that. We can feel that pain. And we are not asking something special from the Germans. From the Germans. What we are asking belongs to us. What we are asking belongs to us. Yeah. So people must stop politicizing this whole issue. You cannot politicize on my pain. You cannot politicize on the pain of our ancestors. Therefore, the very few of them who took the torch and are moving forward for us, they were proud. They are proud people. People with deep faith. So we have got an obligation to take the torch where Chief Cooper left it and march on till victory is certain. We are and must not be caught in bed by the sun. We must not be found in bed sleeping under trees. No. May, therefore, the memories of our ancestors, the memories of our leaders, Chief David Frederick, all of them, like Chief Riruako, may their memories be a blessing to us present here today. May the spirit of our ancestors guide us and be the inspiration as we return from this place of shock. Thank you. Again, Paramount Chief Isaacs in his absence, all our chiefs, traditional leaders. Let me repeat by saying, this country belongs to us all. This country belongs to us all. May the souls of all our departed chiefs now rest in eternal peace as we are toiling on, as we are toiling on, as we are moving forward, inspired by what we have experienced today. And then from here, let's take the bull by the horn and move forward. I want us to sing the following hymn, which was translated for occasions like this by our late Captain Dr. Hendrik Witboy. Abide with us. I would want us to, because it's a tribute that we are giving here, that we all rise in honor. Unfortunately, it is written in Nama, but the words are very important. So that the message in the hymn that I will be reading here will take us further. The lyrics. Abide with me. Go waiting up to Kadigao out say, wing I quit but I want to. Hadare ich ay tumidare ida satsa uiba chik over chi. Satske am sida inguk aiba titske am sida ki kwa tosa. Ingatske kai chikunin amsen ingatske tompan kuis kwenwan disa. tairi au kātira au ka. Kuta au tikawa bara koaga ne kom ai tane kai tuidaga. Is ang hasa sa kanay de tawad at sa kongkunga. Ego kwaku chikuin ay sumamase. Ne kom at na wing uidan aming kwa. Who it's Isa Gaga answer Simba. If haka in nega kons ching ausha. An kuasa bang nubisen skwahana. Intuana kai aisi gagas ma take off your hat. May now the soul of our departed leaders rest in eternal peace. And thy memories be a guiding star for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you to Leader Kwapar for paying such a thundering tribute to his late brother and leader, but importantly, a leader of our movement and all of us. Thank you, Leader Kwapa. Arika ne hinakuro konjiso. Toro ko mambongo. Kai ngirwa kai no ure we no kombanda ono no mundu kuma ingire omundu waina omunane ovita we poyo ngaduko vitawa shiwana. Ndakuya rukana ori medunta. Inau tengu jitambo no. Yaro mambo mengi ngautu konkaro yoviwa na yetu mwanabuya shima na mbibi shipa. Doto ndo puiri no kuri pangi dokonji to kutupa ngiza ufagenda ko Mulungu aturu rebye yetubiya kwatoka okusha menawo yashiri shiri programa matu twa hiti moruko ndwaro kuya ndiye dayo tukatwa falata mei sana ondagere mgeje yetu vetara oguma fya moruko ndwaro kya njukirikiro no koko kondangereto nini nje twesere tate mungenje kwa romu ya kise wethuko ro muhona wetu no ushirwa shukutukiro yetu Hosea kutako ngwati no mugandambo okusha wetu esire oru bene twaka ebe kudako kotiro jono fasha mane kurukwe okusha gadoini kupitira mabaraiti ya mongwa vetu peo mutiro muganda naibusha karingwe kuingiria hapo. The next item on the agenda is to pay tribute to a recently departed high priest of Ovaherero people, who was also the keeper of the men who would lead the holy fire of the legendary nationalist leader, the father of Pan-Africanism, as we know him, Hosea Kutako. And that man was none other than High Priest Abisai Mungeje, who left us recently. So there will be a message or a tribute that will be paid in honor of his memory by one of his sons, who also happens to be a senior leader of OTA and a general field marshal of the Red Flag. So please come to the podium. Kumetupoli na bino mambogarika ni ama mbogoma yengi wako ndangire okujoyeri mushere uri atukapita oko hetu
ratoko lai kwehe mwana ngore shio kuta kwidi nyune jio mapeta ngenonga okiye kuboru wene ndwe kudwira benomba kushawe njirikiro kumunungu kwate ndangere tate mungwaru kirero na benomba miajo njirikiro nene sinene kwa kaundite ubi rutu ndondwi oshako maraka bari posha ko bihoko bari bayumbi bega yite chungura hino hii anjo tegero ko bahona betu barashi tambi mwaji waka mbaru kuli mkatiko shiwa ngwa kungoro shiwa na chechi tekimba numu nene kweli pamwe para yetu okora mkatiko shiungura muhakitira radio ndi muhamika bihabero wina kwa numu kido shiuro kwe kutwa mkatiko tule kumuna mwili mapeta ngenonga wakurama ufio shihuro kia jira tukaenera kama shihuro she mundiyo ni mapeta ngenonga matu shukuru ne kuhepa kuche mutu poruwe ndo na bano kiyo shio na shie sharonga na benomba ami maono kuduwa kusha ami ngudu iletara shiruma tuwa mungeche munganduo ndangere tate kweteza kuwa mungeche ndangere jetu kile mwakati kumanga kapitanga onao shiri teku hakani no shiwa nanei nuba nangero baro shitambi kusha efe wako nganda bana kakile ngunda mutu methe wa sheshuku tushe wako tushimeshe wape naba kusha kashiere ngunda mashi ya joru hole kwa nganda ngaduma wajibaka chitumene kuwelila mubiu omwele putu na munongwi shafe wake tundurasho ihi shibatu shimahikicha wama naba chonganda ngwena kashiere puna eti kashiere shikara puna eti kuzecho mbara ochitambiwa shida amihivale munongwi mbiye kukaa puna ene mbelo madiondi haka kongofe tuka wajepa mwishiwana nushiri beku muna kwa rubelo katidike tekipana ngwadi kokosha bishe ndangi shiwana shwa herero ndangi unane wa herero ndangi shiwana shongwenda shituka wajapamwe tateho thea kutako uli mehira kahanja nuka pakene puna wa herero wakwa wahona kako otara wakeuru mbokuno munene yongara kikanera asha kako meyuka kuoko okumeka hirmana bika kaito hange wakati kwa kwenda no herero bishime muno mehoni bashipeke sima pekara ne sima pemunika ngwali erona mwasho wana mukandi wele nguno ngwi ngwaru koro kufa ko muno ekembo kuno mbara bakwena rukwa no jinai washite kusha umuhogo ka waje ko Mungu dino ni twa mapuno mbara mulandua ka wakashiwa barojitambi veri pamwe bakushirungu yu ke weni bali hewani bali tithalo mitima ona banguru binaka chombondi shinene be kushirunguru onguyo njo kuleta kusha opomba kupatira muhogo muno ngwi no shishiri bike hombi muno motoro fara kumuru kusha ngwali odo mbara da hima twa mukatiko byungura binombi awi hine shikiro chayo kuimemeno po kuitoro kusha ngwali makamuri shikiro na bano mulumetu mkwenda takumbatwali ate mulumetu mkwenda takutwali pechero domba ndeke hidatwa kifa wali umwe waindo domba hito ngwande nonda wali umwe wali waimbo andu mirongo vitano bati mwe ingo mundu atumwe kihira shawana awe kaonja tehiko dombale ahakaliwe bipuka alileye kuli mukatiko banasho oshiwanasho wakwasha hinakutuma wanasho wakotumeka hauli theminyo metumupo wanje kusha kwa hishitiroba ngoko banashe atumumowe kaonja beka wona kihira shawana koshiunguro shike sho hino hi shokuniro midio muhoko mbunongwe tate wahinga hofea kutako kuchondraya la yeko shuru bashei hemuni nganda muno kushi mashingo manwaini na babitu muko bichapa aro mbande mukatiko domba ngo shalumbwe geka rukamukoto nganda aruka mono bezero ihe ahitimoshi wa hero shehi mukotonganda watwakero make omulandu wengwi asika kuna mundu wari kumaka twakeke kuye kaparo kale behira mukara kwenda wani dhiroria nilo shaka kuna mundu wari jiba twakeke kuye nei kume twakeke kuye kaparo kale nu bahanikirilembo shiri kapena kumaka twakeke kuye wamaneno watoko ulenga okusha mamune uhona makwe kombano chavero shokuna no muhogo mulongwi okudha munda mone mpoma tangake wethenina oshina ho oshikene no shangulire kuye muni nahungire nera kale muni mingonda mato wo mumangeni muloko pa mahoko adusha okune kuhepa nangwali omundu nangwali mora ito ya ngora mbangane mbaro chitambi umuhogo mana no herero mbako ngenonga we mupero mbakero yodo mbangane behira Mungu eri omundu ndangere uliri apomba kero yomba ngame nu porwede pauli kira paka uli paka tuwa auriga shameka tuwa mbe kushoshwa masihe chiuto kushosha pambe kuteku hitorwede be kuja Mulungu wa nambano olwede ndo echero da bade bodeja ngunda be uli kwa yo mbara awese ka komwika temba ewe kedi uli komuni ngunda kaoja kwa mbade ashameka tuwa mbe yali yena uli wande omwathana kuna imbo kakuma tuhiti mokoto shinene koko kusha tuze Mulungu kusha nangwali nane moshaka yale na mwana mwekumbwa omathupa abandu o manene o tate no mama we kude mbulukirwa peno mbawina lukwao chukusha waile mama wa mathupinga nonga andako muna mwinyo andakwakala pona tepeno bapa andakumaprokusha mwacho wakashiwa mashanga kushito iko nango aruhe ongodeshi matono oprojesho na machisha biko nango elilo mboro ulili ichwa na hideo cha maisha shike kwa nango mashingulirwa ukala mapuro kangodengo itono ngodenjo yalo mbudi ejo no shoshiri mwana ite kujana kwali waro mbande siali mu byo kumodosha tatu bajabitira munyo kuno yuru no ohoro mede ana bibia ke hiyo shuru shehi Dr. Hage wakai kopa anja ombakero ya teke ombakero ya teke komulume ndungu kushawa muna mwemuye kushawa tamo muye kana kushawa kaporoka de pero bakero ya teke no bakero jera inguru ke ho mana no hona baro baherero to kena mugore piti kaporoka de yoko Mulungu mabiya yoko Mulungu biruli gobini madu yosha konguli omundu mudere nwaro mudere shiri orondo bingura bihe kanya mugura no mundu ali ne tumera kakaparo kanga elimwe avugire katiti mishiba hungire nangwali kwe haje mundu ore koto muli mokoto mutima oro ndangere yo mokoto nyama ya wakaja he mundu komungu harare boberu botie sinashasha ngashikane nao shara shikana nao to beka brao ya mtu nikane shwana cheta muhe basi ndagi uja mwe kwa nyo lwe uja tiaje on degero no mafibithiro watate momu yomu thenina me warasha kalenda mwe kutodo mbado ngwa de gutira mungaro yo gutira muko munongwi Dokieni ito kusya muto ndo ndoka kati wote na mayo nungo kumbunumbwi ama ukarenga kaparo karenga nuko tendo penina matu nungo kwetu munumbwi katukongore ya thani katutia thane katukare pamwe washere kaungu ndiwo kaupendanye mmoda pote mujije mbangira ruke uliji kaungu ndiwo kaupendanye embaranda tikambanga kakakapehi mutu matu sekunde kuhepa wakadwa kumuti pengenonga kama tuleta matu kujisa jatungire pabi nabi ya nini kujeni tha kwa usha twamuno rubedero kusha shiri mo yewe tuwa nagerezetu mwaka wajire mundo munene odombiro na muyo closer to 100 mutu wani nitha kusha mutu pakada mbura hina raihe uli kwa hanja wano mbura there nere walingira kuhe kusha kipata teji po mbura there na po mrongo na muyo haide santu raihe mutu munaji mosha munyora tika uthiwithe muhange korwele pakarara ubiyungura bika biende kumurungu mazuko wihenga yake kusho anachitiriwe mungambudio jiri yo jitwa kambura joka kabe amen.
Okay, President. Okay, President. I would also not translate everything, but basically just to say that the core message of the Mugenje representative, or the message or the tribute message that he just paid to his father, was really to say, essentially he thanked those who came over to comfort them during the period of bereavement, which is still continuing. And he also said that as per our customs and protocol, he could have opted to stay back home, but because of the importance of this day, but further on also the union and the bond between our Herero people, which started way back, he couldn't really skip this. He felt it was important. In fact, he said the paramount chief actually instructed him to make the trip to Luderitz. Of course, he spoke to the sanctity and the sacredness of the union, which amongst other things is embedded in the Wakanas declaration that comes a long way, that was also renewed in Wakanas by the late P.S. Mkopa and the late advocate Rukoro as the PC on the Herero side. So that, the importance of that union, but also in the importance of this day, he could not really stay behind. And also now that he's the keeper and the man who leads the Hosea Kotaka Holy Fire following the passing of Abisai Mungenje, he had to follow he had to make this trip because it is part of the struggle that those men gave so much to. And so he had to be here to show that the struggle continues and the work continues. So basically that was the core part of his message. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, moving on, the next items are actually remarks from the first one would be from the delegation of South Africa. I understand that there are 2 delegations that have come from that country. We would give them both an opportunity. There are 2 chiefs, my understanding. Or have you guys, have these delegations now agreed as to who would speak for them? Because there's a delegation from South Africa and also a delegation from Botswana. From Botswana?
Separate.
Okay. Okay. So the 2 chiefs from Botswana, from South Africa, please make your way to your podium, and I'm really sorry that because we are running behind time, way behind time actually, but still cognizant that it is the work that has brought us here, and so people must be given the chance to speak. I would be a bit stricter with time, so if we could all be very brief and short to the point. So you are from South Africa, and there is another head of another delegation from South Africa as well. That's fine. You will both have an opportunity to say something. That's it.
Thank you. Good evening all. Yeah, it's always difficult to speak after very equivalent speakers. Reverend Cooper and the proceedings of the day really made me tear up my presentation. Because I felt that I couldn't do justice to what should be said. So I'll be shooting off the hip. I'll be talking from my heart.
Firstly, I want to thank the good Lord for bringing me and my people safe from South Africa. I almost didn't make it here. When we left on Thursday morning, we had a vehicle that we had a driver and he was picking up people. And before he could pick me up and he could pick up the other people that supposed to the driver are supposed to be part of this group, he was kidnapped and he was killed. And then we had to divert to plan B. So we went to plan B. I had a brother with a bakkie, so he said, okay, let's get the bakkie, and we get onto the bakkie and come to the meeting because we need to be here. And we drove from Cape Town. Okay. So we moved from Cape Town and we got to Alexander Bay, and lo and behold, he forgot his passport, so he couldn't make it over the border. So unfortunately, he's sitting there, but I'm here. And I was thinking whole day, why did all these funny things happen? Is there a reason why we should not be here? Is there something that we should not say? But I'm anyways going to say that I wish we could have had an opportunity just to contribute the driver who was killed. To just got a moment of silence just to pay respect to that driver. 1 second only. Thank you very much. Then I would always, when I start speaking, I would like to pay contribute to our leaders. As the program director asked us, all protocol observed, and I'm glad to have an opportunity. But I cannot speak without acknowledging my elders. Gov. David Fredericks instructed me in 2016 to start building a bridge between Little Namaqualand and Greater Namaqualand. You talk about Namibia, I talk about Greater Namaqualand. Greater Namaqualand and Little Namaqualand was never separate. It was one. We always had a soft border between the two areas. Our people moved freely. And that's why I have a family here, my mother. We are in blood one, but in identity two. I'm a South African now and she's a Namibian. Now, just a little test to see how many people, can I get an indication of how many people from South Africa joined us here with this trip? Just raise your hand quickly. Okay, thanks. Then the second question would be, how many people have family in South Africa that is living in Namibia but have family in South Africa? So now you can see it gets significantly bigger. The third question I would ask you, before 1990, on your birth certificate, what was you registered as? As a South African citizen. So what makes that of us? It makes us one. So when people talk about Namibian citizen and South African citizen, I don't fully agree because we are all one. In the Western Cape alone, it's over 60% of the people living in the Cape Metro is of Nama descent. Now, this battle that ended up in the genocide is not an isolated battle. It started long time ago. It was way before our people started migrating to Greater Namaqualand. There was an event on 1510, and at that event, Vasco da Gama wanted to take control of our Khoi people in the Cape, and he's been killed. And there's a particular side with the history of our Khoi people that is now under threat by a massive international company that builds on that sacred site of ours. And unfortunately, we have a media gap between Groot Namaqualand or South Africa and Namibia. So few of you would know about that. It's as if there's a sudden stop when it comes to media. It looks like the mainstream media, things that happen in Namibia remain in Namibia, and things that happen in South Africa remain in South Africa, as if there is no link. It's the only country, even in Africa, that have no representative of our media, our South African Media Broadcasting Corporation. It doesn't represent. So there is for us as a need to start building that bridge, to getting that communication going. We've lost quite a lot. Earlier, Reverend Cooper referred to the Berlin Conference, and he alluded to the fact that that was the longest conference. It took 3 months. Now, what was discussed? Fundamentally, of those things that was discussed at the Berlin Conference was to agree on a 3-pronged approach process. Phase 1, send the missioners. And what is the work of the missioners? The missioners were supposed to come into the indigenous people's areas, soften them up, make them understand that they are supposed to be Christians. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. Don't try and tell them about God because they know they have a God. But make them understand that ours are better than theirs, so that they desire ours and forsake their own. Phase 2 of that, when our people realize that all of a sudden we cannot sustain ourselves, the dealer comes in. The dealer, now you can't live off the land, you have to buy from the dealer. And what do you pay with? You pay with your land, your livestock, and everything else. And the third phase, in the case of Namibia, was the war. So, when people say, but the war was an accident, it was never an accident, it was already planned long time ago, because you can look across Africa, the same pattern. The missioner first, the dealer second, and the final stage is the war. Now, at the Berlin Conference, the Germans already decided that they want to take control of Southwest Africa, which is now Namibia. And that for a simple reason, because of the missioners, while they were in Africa, they had an opportunity to look at the economic wealth, to look at the language, to see the ways of trade, and that was the information they fed through. And that's why Adolf Luderitz apparently came here to Angra Pequena with an already drafted letter, which he called the sales agreement. And according to them, they say that Adolf Luderitz signed the sales agreement with Joseph Fredericks. Now, if you look at the original document, according to them, the captain and his council, none of them could sign. But our records show that the same captain was taught to read and write by a missionary, Knudsen. So how much sense does it make? The second thing, they say that Adolf Luderitz paid for Angra Pequena with 100 pounds sterling gold and 200 Mauser weapons. That was the first deal. The second one, he paid 500 pounds sterling gold. Now, if you do a quick calculation, and you say 600 pounds sterling gold, and you take a factor of 0.2045, it gives you 245 kilograms of gold. And are you telling me that he would move silently between Andhra Pakwena and Betani without the eyes and ears of the Jonker Afrikaners and the Jager Afrikaners? I can tell you he wouldn't have reached Betani. Even if he was lucky and reached Betani with that amount of gold, where is the gold? In Betani, there's nothing that you could say 245 kilogram gold have bought Betani. It's like time stood still. So there's a number of anomalies that things doesn't add up. The signing of the sales agreements. And when they talk in court and they say, but the people were savages. Now, who signs an agreement with a savage? Somebody who cannot think for himself or cannot reason. If I look at the number of treaties that has been signed, does it then really make sense to say, but those people were savages and they couldn't read and write, so therefore we had to treat them the way we treated them. But in the back of it, they still took the paper, they said, but they've signed it. They've sold the land to us. So these things doesn't add up to me. I've been asked to be short, so let me just pose that question and leave it with you. Maybe at a later stage I'll be in a position to come and talk a little bit further about that part. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, we will skip the interpretations, please. Your name, please? My brother. What is your name?
I am the Gaup for the Nama in South Africa, and I'm Martinez Fredericks.
Okay, we will allow another head of a delegation from South Africa as well. But whilst he's here, I would ask the head of the delegation from Botswana, Nakahona, to also get ready so that once he's done, he could also quickly just come over and have his remarks as well. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, all leaders, all the guests, all protocol reserved. I'm Chief Karl Afrikaner from the Afrikaner clan in South Africa. As you know, that the Afrikaners was one of the first Kuku people who actually fled across the Orange River to come and seek rescue in Namibia. Allow me to even proceed in Afrikaans if it is, if we are fine with that. Die Afrikaners, soos die naam daar sê, weet julle ook, het in 'n groot mate Afrikaans ook oorgebring na Namibië. Ons was so 2 weke terug, was ons aan Robben Eiland. Want die Afrikaners is ook van die Namas, die Kuku, wat die heel eerste gelei het in Suid-Afrika en hulle verset het teen grondoneiening. Een van die redes waarom hulle hier kom land het. Ouderam en sy seun, Afrikaner, got a life sentence in 1761. And after 16 years, Afrikaner died on the 25th of June, 1777. Toe ek op Robbel en El was, het ek vir die heritage mense gesê, daar is leiers wat lewendig na Robben Eiland toe gegaan het vir 'n life sentence en het weer lewendig teruggekom. Afrikaner is van die leiers wat die hoogste prys betaal het. En daar is nie eens 'n gedenksteen. Die Afrikaners het nie coat of arms wat hulle ontvang het nie. So het dit tyd geword dat die Afrikaners ook in Suid-Afrika die regmatige plek kry wat hulle verdien. In ag genome, hulle kom uit die omgewing van die Winterberge, Rodezand, Tilbag, vandaar die naam Windhoek wat hulle hier vir die hele hoofstad omgee. Jonker, die seun van Jager, het daar gebore. En sy geweldige bydrae wat hy gemaak het tot die bou van nasies, samewerking met ander leiers, ander groepe onder sy beskerming geneem het. Was uiteindelik 'n bietjie vreemd as een leier sê, hoe sal iemand met goud kan gaan as daar jagers en jonkers was. My leiers dink ek was niks anders as baie dapper manne. As jy al het geleef in 'n tyd van survival of the fittest. Met ander woorde, as jy die man een slaan, hy draai sy ander wang en het nie nog 'n wang om te gee nie, gaan hy vir jou op die gevaarlikste maniere les leer. En so was Jager. Hy staan ook bekend as die leeu van die Noordweste. Dit is net jammer, dit was in 'n tyd van die Hollanders agterna die Engelse gekom. Ons mense is soos soos diere oor die vlaktes van Suid-Afrika verjaag. Vegter, militaris wat hy was, verslaan Jager. Die veldkornet, soos ons vandag sal sê, die generaal van die weermag van die veldkornet vir Pieter Spina, omdat wanneer hulle uitgaan op ekspedisies, daar word daar gelol met die Afrikaner vrouens. En toe hulle met weer gaan in die ekspedisie, sê Jagerman, as ons het nie probleem om te gaan nie, kom julle asseblief net saam. Julle is mens veronderstel om die garnisoens om te wees. Julle maak net op die Afrikaner staat, om diewe en rowers te kom haal en terug te vat Kaap toe. En Pieter Spinaar, die hoof van die weermag, as ek praat nou hedendaagse taal, slaan vir Jager Afrikaner by die agterdeur, dat hy op sy sitplek staan, val. Maar sy broer Tyd is Afrikaner. Wat geweet het wat gaan gebeur toe hulle so ontbied is, haal sy geweer uit en hy beëindig die lewe van Pieter Spinaar by sy agterdeur. Ongelukkig het sy vrou in die proses ook gesterwe, 'n dogter. Maar dit was die soort mense wat die Afrikaners was. As jy met geweer kom, dan loop ek jou met geweer tegemoet. As daar vrede en liefde is, kan jy dit ook kry. Maar dit maak dat die Afrikaners, daar is 'n $1000 op die lewe van Jager. En sommige mense word so vervolg, dat ons vandag, ons het ander groepe wat bang Afrikaners genoem word. wat hulle naam hulle van moes change. Want net die naam Afrikaner gee toestemming dat jy doodgemaak kan word. En so kom die Afrikaners hulle bly vir meer as 20 jaar. In 'n eiland wat vandag omtrent eerste drywe uitvoer na die res van die wêreld, in Perde-eiland. En daar kom gouverneur Samuel en hy kom loods ook 'n mislukte aanval, want die Afrikaners was tot op tyd so nog nooit verslaan nie. En hulle kom vestig hulle in Blijde Verwag, Vredeberg, Jerusalem. Daar kom Jager aan sy einde, sterf hy en sy pa. Met die woorde, ons is Christene, sê hy op sy sterfbed. Soek die Here en die Here sal deur julle gevind word. Maar leef in vrede met alle mense. Voor Jager sterwe stel hy sy tweede oudste seun as kaptein aan. Vir die bekende Jonker van Namibië. En Jonker kom trek deur tot in Windhoek waar hulle gevestig is en die res is geskiedenis. Maar sy broer David en sy oudste seun David as ook Titus is amper as twee separate groups bly agter die Oranje rivier by Blijde Verwag. En selfs my oupa het in 1904 David Potjerol Afrikaner. Hulle moes ook om oorvlug met die Duitse oorlog. En so het hy weer terug na die rivier toe. En ek kan die rivier gewees. Dit is vir my vanmiddag 'n baie groot voorreg. Nadat ons laat van ons geskiedenis bewus geraak het, terwyl die mense in Namibië ewe rustig hulle tradisies kon beoefen, was so iets in Suid-Afrika geweldig opbrees. Is vir my 'n groot voorreg dat ek die Afrikaners in Suid-Afrika daarin kon slag om met 'n respekvolle, eerbare, geloofwaardige span leiers in 6 van die 9 provinsies strukture al daar gestel het. En ons is 'n eenheid. En daarom wag almal ook my terugvoer van hoe was ons ontvang in Namibië. Ek sê dankie vir die leiers, waarnemende acting chief Olman, senior raadslede van die Afrikaners. Hulle is ook 'n oomblik almal oudste van my. Ek noem jammer vir hulle titels wat ek eens beteken noem, soos oudste Christiana, oudste Naomi. So na aan verhoudings het ons. So, een is nou weg. Oudste Naomi het ek leren ken. En dankie vir die inkorporering en die nouwe samenwerking wat daar nou tans is tussen die Afrikaners in Suid-Afrika en die in Namibië. Ek is op 17 Julie 2022 aangewys as die chief van die Afrikaners. Na ons vir etlike jare net mobiliseringswerk gedoen het. Want 'n man kan nie môre opstaan as jy sommer die chief van 'n klomp mense nie. En daar is ek unanimous verkies as die chief van die Afrikaners in Suid-Afrika. En ons het die voorreg om vir hierdie jaar, na 200 jaar na die dood van Jager en Klaas, ons eerste suksesvolle byeenkoms te hê. Van jaar 20 tot 22 Oktober, dan word dit amptelik gekoroneer. En ek wil graag die NTLA van Namibië en van die ander leiers van die stamme 'n persoonlike uitnodiging oprig om deel uit te maak van so 'n groot eer wat met 'n beurt geval het. Die Here is saam met u in die stryd vir erkenning en regstelling wat moet gebeur hier in Suid-Afrika. En ek dink dit sal gehoor wees. Soos een van die Kaaps gesê het, ons hoop dit gebeur nog in ons lewenstyd. Dit moet en ek glo die Here saam. So ek sal vir die amptelike uitnodiging gee, weer eens. Ek is, die Engelsman sê, I'm humbled by that invitation. Dit was goed om hier te wees. Ons het in sulke, is soveel vriendelike mense. Ek dank u.
Thank you very much for that powerful retelling or account of the history of our people, and specifically the Afrikaner clan, which played a very important role in the history of both people who have met tonight, or who have come together tonight. I almost committed a serious mistake. Before we move on to Botswana, there is actually a head of the delegation of Herero people in South Africa, a chief, and a regular presence in many of these pilgrimage or these trips to many sites of our history. Chief Bonnie Kandorolo, may we hear from you. Very much from the descendants of Herero in South Africa.
Thank you, Nandi. I would like to take this opportunity and obey all the protocols. My name is Bonnie Kandorolo from South Africa. I was born and bred there. My immediate mother, father was born in that area, in the Harare area. But all has been said. It has been a long day. I'm not going to repeat each and everything that has been said by the previous speakers. Actually, they said a mouthful. For me, I would like to start by just saying that every time we cross the border of this country, coming to South Africa, it's like our stress level goes up and up and up. And as I say this, I would like Evelyn to proceed and come and share just a little bit of some of our stories. Because of in South Africa, the Hereros in South Africa, we have found ourselves in more than 8 provinces. The only province that I'm not sure that there's Hereros, it is in Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga is where the sun rises. It's the province in South Africa. We've got 9 provinces. Our people, our story. Actually, I just want to thank God that we have made it to Shark Island for the first time as the descendants of our Herero in South Africa. I'm talking about the stress level of crossing the borders of our country. We have been called foreigners. We have been ill-treated by even the immigration officers. The recent story is on Friday morning. When we were supposed to cross the border, we were being asked, where are you going? We tell them where we are going. But this was not enough. They said, why are you saying that we are going to a conference? Where is the speech? Who invited you? We start now having a conversation with an immigration officer. 2 ladies who have got the guts to come interrogate us, call us by one, to open our luggages, to ask even a word, South African Communist Party, on a bag, what does this stand for? Checking into cooler bag and filling the water, what is this? Maybe on that. That's our problem that we are facing as over here in South Africa, who want to come back to our motherland. To go forward, I'd like to tell a story about the one who brought my mother in 1904, when I checked the ages, when he arrived in South Africa, the northern part of South Africa, which is the Parale today. She was 9 years old. And when we were at the the Shark Island, there was a girl at about that age, a 9 years old. And I just want to make just an example about a 9 years old who arrived in South Africa in 1907, when they arrived. So it means that that child was only 4 years old. What we want to tell our story is that we survived. We are here today. And we are here to connect, to reawaken the spirit of our ancestors who suffered in the Shark Island. On that note, we're saying that we go with the theme of reawakening and connecting to the source. And which means that our people have lost culture, have lost language. We cannot express ourselves in our mother tongue. That's why we say that we want to reconnect to the source. Today, it happened in Shark Island. We felt in silence the cries of people who had been thrown into the water to be eaten by the sharks. At some stage, I was talking to someone, I said, do the sharks in this island today, the ones that fed on our ancestors' bodies, that lineage of sharks, are they still alive? Maybe when they see a lot of people, they are wondering whether maybe we are going to be fed with the bodies of our ancestors. But my story is about also, as people, when we went to South Africa, there was no borders. Today, people demarcated us as if we are animals. I'm going to tell you, Shark Island, the concentration camp, are still alive and well because of these borders that was created by the people who colonized us. And we are happy because of some people are benefiting from these borders that have been created by the system. Why do we discard certain things that was created by the system, but yet we accommodate certain stuff that have been created by the same system? That's my question. Going further and further, I will like to say that it's been a long day, and I'm not going to repeat the things that have been spoken by other people. I'm not here to justify or to tell the devil how the devil was evil. We know what happened to our people. We know what the Germans have done to our people. All what we want is restorative justice. And on that note, I saw that I've been looking for someone, Gaub Martinez. Now I see him because of he's been talking. We've been talking a lot. And this reawakening of our spirit, reawakening of who we are, have started about in 2007. We are going to all the provinces to try to find who is where. And it's not a simple mission. Some of the people have changed their names because of the oppression. Some of the people, they change their name because they want to benefit. If you have got a funny surname, meaning that you've got a foreign surname in Africa. We've got a foreign surname in South Africa because we were born on the other side before the demarcation of these borders. I don't have a problem with borders, but I'm concerned about the way we are being treated because of the borders that were created by men. On that note, we were well represented when it comes to genocide. We are fully under the armpit of genocide that is led by Chairman Nandi Madingo and the second Chairman Vivian. We are well represented under the chieftainship of Professor Mushinji Gashiwa. So as heroes, we have always had a link with the chieftainship of all the genealogy of the Herero Paramount Chief. From Kashamoha, Samuel Maharero, Wasia Kutako, Muturge Kapu, Waimari Rwako, Vipi Hirukoro, now the president, the current Professor.
As I observe all protocols, I'm tempted to say Amandla. And when I say Amandla, you say Awe too. It means all power to the people. I don't know if we know the power that we possess
as a joint Nama and Herero community. The incident at the border told me that there is something that is happening in this country. There is something that is happening everywhere where the Hereros and the Namas are together. Because we were treated like common terrorists at that border. But it doesn't matter. You know, when the priest preached this morning, he spoke about Ezekiel and the bones. And that's the promise that we gave as we've been communicating and participating in a number of activities towards this struggle. We promised Poland that the Namibian government and the German government are trying to ignore that we exist in the diaspora. That there are no Hereros, there are no Namas in the diaspora, but we promised them that we exist. Those dry bones that they thought they have covered on shallow graves have awakened. And we are regrouping as Hereros and Namas in the diaspora. I'm not just talking about in South Africa, but in the diaspora. We are regrouping. We are pushing that we be heard. Our voices will raise from the graves. I was really moved when I looked at Shak, and you'll pardon me when I became emotional, because for many years I didn't know who I am until recently. And at the border, when they said you are a foreigner in this country, and I look at what we have in South Africa, where we are called foreigners, it means we are not alive. In South Africa, we have different types of the Hereros. We have those who went there as soldiers. They are refusing to recognize them as veterans of war in Namibia. They are not given citizenship in South Africa, even though they were fighting the battle for South African government. So it is the duty of NTLA and OTA to make sure that those people feel like human beings, because they are treated like nobodies. We have us, we are called mixed breed. Because our parents are South Africans, we also have parents who are Namibian. One parent is Namibian or Herero, the other parent is South African. We are called mixed breed. We don't know where we belong. It is important for PC to take us as your kids. We also have those who are segregated against, who are marginalized in Namibia, and they go to South Africa to look for greener pastures, economically marginalized. And when they arrive there, they live like, I don't know what. It is very sad. Wherever they lay their heads, that's their home. And that's how we live. We are privileged to be part of this gathering, privileged to have Paramount Chief, because we will also call ourselves people who belong to a tribe or who belong to a nation. Thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you were supposed to hand it over to me. I did just miss that part. Yeah, on the last note is that September is happening in South Africa. We've got 10 days. From the 1st of September until the 11th of September, the Paramount Chief will be visiting South Africa, will be everywhere. I'm not going to give the details, but I will just let you know that expect the invitation and you are all invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie and Evelyn Kamburona. You didn't introduce yourself. Evelyn. Okay. So we're now moving to Botswana. We've just closed South Africa. We're moving to South Africa. Okay. OTA has a man we have given a very colorful designation to, Ambassador at Large for Botswana. Ben Ariarwa is speak for Botswana.
Good evening. Good evening. Let me just say, all protocol observed. And by saying that, I would like to speak with my mother tongue language, Oshiherero. Yeah, I think my chairman, Nandu Madengo, will just translate that to those who cannot hear Oshiherero. Yeah. Nandu Madengo, Maramianga, Oshiherero. Yeah, Basha, Arkane, one way, another Joami Benariarwa. Mianga kuhingiro fupiuriri no kaka bato kwa kwetu bado kwa South Africa ohunga nongaro ngahino yo banene betu okudhamuno manamibia mo utaure abisho utaure gamba ngonda bisha ngonda tulimo utaure gamba ya oshawana share shara machitha kwenda no kuya moshimo ibaralo bingenga heno mbita po murongo na 14 pathiana I mutumbara ero kusha obandu 12 ambaye no kuya sarika ne shawana yeroma ke oshwana shimu mwe bumado ko Botswana yeroma ke shwana shimu ya wadu kwa shawana mbo Mianga kusha mbishe koshawana katuka yangere koshawana fataro vita vya wandu ishi ombinga vyegwe kule power herero pamwe na wanama amingumba kula mama wakatula mogote ya South Africa ihe wapitira monjira nje ya Cape Town na noskepi ayinganduko South Africa ko Cape Town akaluwa kusha herorobedi kwale palale ko shirongo ovet bank ay ko vet banka ko Samuel Maharero anjori oja kaka kwatero o mama o brumedu ngwenare yari kayoro muni hey okusha mama wakwatera kwa South Africa ma 1939 eno rombura murongo na ndano akupwa akupira ma South Africa shadumbo ma 1952 aveshindi na tate aveikwa shawa okusha tatuka kwatera ngo atukutire pakati mboka South Africa na shawana so ya mianga kwa ile kusha muno kusha ka tunaindi twahupa na watate ngoma ya tatate eje watira moshawana pofio kusha tate wadhamo vita vya hamakari wadhamo vita vya hamakari ora njambale ndunga dhaumbwa kudhamo kahanja kwenda nganduka hamakari ngandushi maveta ura walimo vita mbyo tate ngwe ya tate pofio kusha odombura ndaka hupa pakatika South Africa na shawana akutomuhuwa mushudu omuhuwa mboya do stress yo vita menero kuja hanje wan depresswa iyo vita mbya vihembi mbya onja makatika kavyo okusha washai hamu shuru washabanga kutoka Namibia ya mara kunao ahaenene kandatu apakwa mushawana so kusha shimba heruka mu bingura ko shawana mbaraja shahikare mu Namibia kusharibia ne kutoshawana kweno Namibia mo hana karoba herero no shimbi shita mudumanga kwanjo ndangi noho kushawandu bashimbago ko shawana kavena ndi bahanga uka ke hiyo manne no wanandi malingo bane ne kumuna accommodation oshari. Nene kuria oshari. So we are shiri matusha ndangi bunda mbaranje shimota vida kongote kusha bino vandu mukoshawana bewa kehuwana parova herero bino vandu berusha ohano parova herero uberwiro shifuta shao mubido wa herero tetuno hange bele mbroga kusha shikando shima mo maneno wa ombara shitambi advocate rukoro odombara la shawana dakajo power of attorney uye kushamene no kuverura oshipota kwa America. Kwa yangu ndano matusha nao hiyo dombara zetu ndiri mogoto ya shawana odo dumbide kura mena shire heripo mo dombagaro hamu kwa nainda owo era kara ongu ndabakura mapakusha ngamwa shima shihepwa yohana parova herero mavyanja outhembambo mave kara mavyanja kohana parova herero imbwi bumauna nayo ambara shitambi Professor Mushindakashu kusha pakoto po paonyo mave kara mavyanja ohana o sapota ai kohana parambo va herero okana karwe o bandu vetu bevanga kukotoka menosha kambanga nai obaherero veihameno yehi ukwadire banene babo kusha ngahino Namibia kamuno byungura kusha ngahino o Namibia katite ngwenda obaherero no banama vemuno ndatumifire posio kusha oshina oshiremuna poshishi hamakuo okukotoka kehiro iheno ina vyanga kuyambona vesha kako matwi wakwetu shave hupa usha veri odongaru no dombanyu ndunga matukaria uri kwena usha ngeta mbumba kurameno yo muhano wanje munano wanje mo ojeva kongotwe nakweka mururu mbara ya hamurure nishiro mambo ha hamurure mambo asha iri romengi ofia kusha perina megondesha na
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you. Again, basically, his was just an account of how they ended up in Botswana and how across the genealogy of his clans, some people were born in Botswana, in South Africa, and really that they are not there as visitors, but that they are really people descendants of people who fled a brutal war in this country, that they up to today still have a yearning to return home, because this is home. Okay. We will hear from another delegate from Botswana. Introduce yourself.
I greet you all in the mighty name of Jesus. And I start by greeting Wambarao Chitambi, all the heads of tribal authorities, Kauku, chiefs. I greet you all in the name of Jesus. My name is Kaviritara Kapeko Hangiro. I am from Botswana, in a village called Umawaneno, in Tsabo. I will say all protocol observed, but I will thank His Worship, the Mayor, for his presence and his grace of our event. And thank you all for organizing this event. And thank God for leading myself and my delegation here to come and commemorate this wonderful day of remembrance. I will like to thank all speakers. I'm a trained lawyer, so I will not go into history. I will waste your time. I will just thank all speakers for the history that has happened. It is the history that we have lived from our early age. I address you in English because I'm not fluent in Herero. I can rather address you fluently in Nama or in Afrikaans than in Herero. And I tell you, this because of the pains that we are born in. We were born being shown people with scars of bullets. We were grown being told of the history or the story of the chain of skeletons over the Namib Desert, of our parents who some escaped from the concentrated camps, who some left when they received the order, some stayed to fight and were forced by the blood that was being shed on the ground to escape. The history that the South Africans are sharing is not that different from us. Some were born on the way, some arrived very young, and some are still looking for their parents to date. We are in an exercise. We are in an exercise to try and know who we are and where we come from. And this exercise has started long time ago in our country, in our clan, with our people. I'm dressed in green, though I call myself a Herero, because I grew up, my parents calling themselves Herero, but wearing green. The pains that our colonial master has caused on us cannot be dated only from 1904. Because if you read history, the moment they landed, it was painful for us. But because it was not a declaration made by God that we be extenuated. It was not God's will. That is why we are full of this auditorium and some are standing. God preserved the seed. God preserved our blood. And God is seeing our cry. He is going to restore our justice. And I'm happy because when we started the movement, I remember in 2004, there was a delegation from Namibia in our Tsabong region, in Makopong. In 2014, they came again to Maweneno, a delegation from Namibia, in buses. And we really appreciate that. And we will call on to you to keep financing this movement of restoring our justice, because we are all doing it from our pockets. Why? Because we are the ones who were shot at. We are the ones who don't know who we are. If you follow the history of where we come from, you find some of us even calling our Herero names in Setswana and not knowing who we are, from which clan or which group of Herero we come from. And we are still to locate some who are out there, who don't know their identity, who are still holding on to the names as the only identity to who they are. I'm not going to be long because Gaup from Lokabe will be also having the podium as the representative from Botswana. I chose to stand before him because he's Gaup. He has to speak last. And just to thank you, the organizers of the event. I liked one lady who spoke here. Simmons, yes. We need powerful leaders like that to carry on with this initiative. The court cases and all those, we have been part of this. We have been sending our contributions and even signing our names to say we are there in the diaspora and don't forget us. We are your children and we are still calling unto you, our leaders, that we are there on the diaspora and we still need you to come and teach us our culture, to come and teach us our language, to come and connect us to our roots. Because some of us may be thinking we are lost when our family is back here. I will, with that, thank you all for this great moment. And thank my Botswana group for choosing me to say a word.
Thank you, sir. And Moherero who dresses in green. I tell you, your best reference point is Ombarash Gaide. You must begin your conversation. Okay, can we now last hear from Carl Cooper? Cooper is apparently, I'm told, is different from Cooper here. The one in Botswana is a C. So Carl Cooper. Cooper?
Charles Her Cooper. Kuitan Kulukubai Kumi. Botswana Kara Cooper, Tini or Botswana Kara Cooper Krani. Tape Kara Chacha Cooper. Tira Botswana Kara Cooper, assist Kacha. Or so go Soko Takai, Uncle Abuka. Daka Hama or Jimmy, I go house in God Kumi. See you, Kainjara. Uri has a Kai. Six Hura Singwa. Single Quentina goes and Stako or as in the Michigan. Nila kungha tika kuwairo. Botswana ba kusiya. Kungha kuintuinje tulitui kumisawate. Mer hasidake wipan kumi kaida a dikasa si kaushintama. Neda hoa hansina take neda ngakwa kafa de mechi ala ko ba shi chumiha ki katani kan shi hoa Chitagera, Ukagerata, Kahina, Zada Chinarata, Kaku. Ainsama. Obake Juan Aslantimia. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. And also the organizers to assist with the roll call for protocol consideration. Master of Ceremonies, let me copy from my other compatriots and say all protocols observed. Litirami, all protocols observed. Litirami, on Chilikonara, Kayongachi, Koko Habitaka Budita Urue. Tiratashim. Kaskamaske, my friend, Hachi Kaida, Taribe, Chitaribe, Mana Paranka, Tirami, Kaskamanje, Webaki. Before I begin my short address, I wish to offer my condolences once again to the Nama Tradition Leaders Association and the Nama people in general, as well as our Herero brethren. As I reflect on the untimely demise of many of our collective in recent times. Advocate PC Lukoro, Gao Edward Africano, who both departed this world in 2021 at the height of this so-called monster pandemic. Then the fierce Gao PSL Cooper in 2022. And most recently, this year, Gao Stephanus Fulop, and many other key personalities in our communities, of whom, as far as I am aware, were very vocal on the issue of genocide. It broke our hearts whenever we heard of this movement, as it was our wish to pay our last respect to these giants. However, due to circumstances beyond our control, we couldn't attend to all of them, although we attempted to have representation as some of them. Our African English, there's a property, I was here, who was not a good head, then I'm basking. How did he call it? Oh, please come, can I say? I should also mention that it was quite inspiring, especially for me personally, to visit the monumental tombstone of the NTLA chairperson, Gao David Frederick, whom I first met in 2012 in Amburgo at our Sister Claire's Cultural Festival. The Caracas Cultural Festival, I met him again for the last time in 2014 at Kochas for a similar event. He was indeed a man who stood tall against all odds, loved his culture dearly, related very well with all who shared the way he did, and shall forever remain as inspiring figure in our history. Master of Ceremonies, please allow me to also prelude my thanking the organizers of the auspicious event for having extended an invite to us in Botswana, at the Nama and the diaspora. It is important to continuously engage with our brethren on such issues of common interest. I'm here with my brother Pete from the Arts of Sabon. And some of our community members are here, and we are here representing all our people. The chairperson of the BW Nama Development Trust and his team, who were also invited, have advanced their activities. Although they had wished to attend, they could not make it due to other commitments and some present circumstances back home. I wish to make note that the BW Nama Development Trust is a body we registered in 2017, mandated to concern itself with all issues related to all the Nama people of Botswana, to safeguard the interests of all the Nama people within our borders from all spheres and dynamics, and to stand for and defend the honor of our people. Members LTA, Italy, Gaudi House, Master, Botswana Tinaman Khaipina, James Howe, Kabuha Aima Bayashi, Sike, BW Nama Development Trust, Sakebao, East Isha, Naman Kemunkai, Naman Kikai Kai, Naman ke am kai di jokoi khagi bau kai le wadaka naman Botswana kam ke le trust ara sisi kau buka aina bayasi as the kau we regulate the trust from an advisory perspective, since we are the ones who gave the directive for its formation. It is therefore in this regard that we have always accorded the Nama Development Trust its respect and autonomy, and wish to always nominate it as our official representatives, especially on matters that need a third eye. Be that as it may, I wish to emphasize that as the Botswana Kauru, we remain ever ready and enthusiastic towards a more formal engagement from our brethren in the Nama Traditional Leaders Association, and wish that they could accord us a more private audience away from the booth and energy of this well-organized event, where we can discuss in detail our aspirations and wishes for the general upliftment and welfare of our people, as well as possible areas of mutual partnership, including the genocide issue. The 1904 to 1908 genocide will indeed remain a sore remembrance etched in our memories. And I wish to thank the organizers for choosing to host this year's Remembrance event here in Luderitz, a place still filled with the stench of the blood and tissue of our forefathers, where their identities were stripped off and the few remains from their bodies, which the spiritualists thought as worthy for further research, were given new identities in the form of tag numbers, to be boxed and shipped along with the Sokopman boxes across the oceans. Their spirits left wandering the breadth of these places. May their souls rest in the knowledge that we their progenies, shall not rest until justice is achieved. This being my first time ever setting foot on this historic place, as we drove closer and closer, I couldn't help but see a reflection of a marriage that is filled with brave screams and hurried perseverance of my forefathers, bearing no arms of law, yet standing firm against the enslavement and brutality that was meted against them by this mighty, racist, imperial colonial force, whose sole objective then was to ensure that me and you have no chance to be standing here today. A total annihilation of our blameless and ancestry is what they objectify. I am not the historian to outline for you the atrocities and brutality of the imperial forces. Yet I understand fully that we from Botswana are now considered diasporian and simply because of our bravery and wisdom in the background of the extermination order that was issued in 1905, when he decided to first take his people to refuge to the neighboring Bechuanaland, which he would use as a base to wage a fierce colonial warfare tactic against the colonialist Stoesdrup, aimed at gaining back his place of identity, and a boat that had viciously grabbed and wrestled from him and his compatriot Rauku. It is critical to make note at this juncture that the imperial forces didn't abandon their objective to ensure a total annihilation of a people they considered a threat to their racist agendas. Agendas that were fueled by their extortionate appetite, greed, and disregard for human sanctity. So in 1908, under the command of the Captain assisted by his right lieutenant.
I still want to protect my girl, please, still on the floor. So please, can we pay attention? There is a lot of movement and talking. Please, can we give enough respect to the leader and then conclude his statement? Then we can do other things.
Maybe they want us to change the seats. So in 1908, under the command of the Captain Frederick von Hertas, assisted by his right lieutenant, Isaac Binga, the imperialists planned a well-orchestrated expedition to pursue Gulf Simon Tomka Cooper and his people who were already wandering in the desert of the Kalahari, inside them the channel of the trade. With over 700 chambers, over 300 men, over 20 officers, with a full medical team, 4 huge machine guns, and supporting auxiliary, they called it the Kalahari Expedition of 1908. As planned, they managed to trace the Nama inside what is now the Kalahari Frontier Park on the Botswana side, where a shootout battle that lasted at about 2.5 hours broke out, leading to the losses of not less than 58 numbers and 40 Germans. To our pleasure then, amongst the German losses was the captain, German captain and his lieutenant, and many of their elite soldiers, all of whom we are told were accorded the same in our land. Thirdly, our forefathers who were killed in this expedition were left for the world, and to this day we have no idea what happened to their remains. Because of their numbers are found in war diaries of some of the German soldiers who were part of this expedition, archived mostly in German and British museums, although thankfully a few of these records are found in our own archives here in Namibia and Botswana. Some of these records have shown letters written between Gaup Simon Tomka Cooper and Gaup Hendrik Manset Redboy during the peak of the struggle, referring to each other as brothers always. In one of the letters, Gaup Manset requests his brother, Gaup Tomka, to come back to West South Africa to assist him against the troop there. This only goes to show the deep affection and respect our Gaupu had for one another. It was at this Kalahari expedition that the Germans captured our heavily pregnant Kahotaras, the wife of Gaup Simon Cooper, Helena Cooper, and many of our people amongst them, many children whom they took back to Southwest Africa for further interrogation about the whereabouts of Count Simon Cooper, whom they had failed to apprehend. To this day, no one knows. What happened to our dear Kautaras and her progeny? A reality that brings great pain and anxiety to us every time we remember what will remain is the great pain and anxiety that we remain with every time. The British untimely intervened, since their interests were also now threatened, and they managed to broker a peace treaty with Count Gomhab, acting on behalf of the imperial forces. It must be noted here that Count Gomhab had made it clear that he will not sign any treaty or negotiate with the imperial German forces. Hence, the British undertook to act on behalf instead. The treaty was thus signed on the outskirts of Lokabe village on the 23rd of January 1909. They then offered Count Simon and his people peace and refuge in Botswana, and in exchange he was to desist from continuously attacking the German forces across the border. Count Simon accepted this offer for the safety and survival of his people, and accepted to live with people in Kakle, a pen that lies about 8 kilometers southwest of the current day Lokabe, where he died naturally and was buried in a secret grave that time. Said that the sound was good. I was not going to be seen. Have a kid, I see. Dana, Tiki, was to want to make a secret. This grave is, however, now a recognized national monument that is under the care of the Botswana Department of National Monument. It was from this treaty honors that became Botswana on the I must make note that as the Nama here diaspora, in our case, diaspora here being Botswana, will remain indebted to our presidency as Botswana, and have thus entrusted the Nama Development Trust to follow due process and diligence with the government of Botswana on how we can become a part of this conservation in a manner requisite to the decorum of our sovereignty without jeopardizing the interests of our people. We agree wholeheartedly with the majority key points of discussions by our brethren here, and the likelihood of any differences could be born out of our lack of engagement, such that the few differences, if any, if any, if if any could simply be a misunderstanding of each other's position. The consensus is that Germany must indeed acknowledge genocide as such. Germany must indeed acknowledge the genocide as such, apologize unconditionally without playing trick and three. Pay separations that are consistent with remorse, just as they did with regards to other similar indictments. Thus, we request those interested with these discussions from our brethren in Namibia to accept our invitation for them to visit our people in Botswana, specifically the Nama community, to come and elaborate to our people the dynamics of this issue in the language they will understand. Something that hasn't happened since discussions around this issue began. As I conclude, Master of Ceremonies, please allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of the Nama people in Botswana and my colleagues here to once again wholeheartedly appreciate the NTLA, the organizers, and everyone who has had a hand in making this event what it is, for their great efforts, the results of which we witnessed here. We believe that we will go back to our people more enlightened about the status of this issue, and while we await a more formal visit from our brethren, we will be able to answer some of the questions that have proven difficult for us to this point.
Thank you very much, Gaub, for that very, very insightful and rich account of the Namas in Botswana. Now, before we move to the next item, Mama here and the delegation, I think it's getting a bit late, and they've asked that they be excused. So while we are waiting for the next session, which is now the most anticipated session, the session of the Paramount Chief and the Gaub Hansen, the two supreme leaders in the room of our two people who've come together to celebrate, to remember, to commemorate this day. We'll just wait a little because they said they didn't want to leave while people are talking out of respect. So if we could just give them the time to leave us. And in the meanwhile, I would want to have the gentleman who will introduce the PC and his team, please get ready. Also, I know that in the Ovairero customs and our practice, normally a chief does not come to the podium alone. Our PC doesn't come alone. He's always accompanied by his Odombara. So Odombaras would come with, as PC would be talking, they would all line up behind him as his lieutenants. They must stand with their leader. So let's just create a space here, maybe. Ogusha, think I'm going to have a PG now. Okay. There is a cell phone which somebody forgot in the what is it? Oh, in the bathroom, and it is up there by the DJ. So if you could please check it out, if it's yours only, pick it up. Otherwise, if it's not yours, we'll know. Yeah. So, try to go with the kick on Randy Buma to Faratu John or the Barada to Alembaro Barashitabi, no Bara Kao Panse, or Bukumakapati Uva, Maveka, no Mahungiwa, or Vishitrabi, Kareuva, or Rombio, Vishitrabi, or we shall take a matter to the Barashitabi. Mailo Vaseka Misoveni Kamundu Shimona Nini, Matrizana, Omonene, Onkakaetu, Onjisho, Yugurambi, Mwashiriku, Emuseka Misambara, Posio Chapasho Bombara, in that very point, Matrizari Honata, or Ombarashita Bika Sekama, Yokia Kompakoji, or the Barade, Kukura Punombara, Gokura Isa Kushama, Gima in Giroko, or Vantuvao. Yeah. Ogusha or the Barauli. Po au penje kushaka wa bararunga mokura mene poru ko mfano vive mara sinina no barato adu yo barawi yo barawi mane hapo obusha me doctor to shimbo bashwe kushama mo ngura ndebe no byo
Ambano
kwetu kubitaukiroko nyungu kwetu kochawana chetu chevikoliko ngayakaraoro kuti vakahanga uroma chivakatareko kohongoro chingundo chavamangura kwakatora kwafuka vakaipanga yangero wavindakona vambavirwa kolonjaingwa kundovina kuitwayo kundovinobviwa kuimalike angwapate kulina patana patire mwenyamundambwini koyetu kutwangu konjiyo mugaendo wake hikaretura naashando wawe tarakondarikadika kurunduko kuveura washandero toyamba twakongorero machiva mangani machongana etu mamurare kana kure watu vanyona kwachirwa mautuka pakati kowo mahoro evaripo katika kashamwaha kuhorerera kuroro rutembo adiripo ndona diripo njimba ndatsvika pamutemure amadira penyeno mbale hali autuka pokatika kakuwo kouye kamukuru ondundu shanje makutare wakuita chihapo nkuma tuchitenga onyonga afrika nabo kashamwaha muni vakomorero mwachema murarere tate hoke wambeshura kamwana kombeteri kuyeko hipwa yewe peno kombetepura kuchateriko mundu vakomorero mwache unganda yetu mamurarere ingo mundu chinyengwe mwanyeka kachipungwa cha ubitho unganda hemurarere ingo vongopera makondo chevina pehuli makwanye kwakachikungwa acha ongwa icho ubitho unganda uhendirarere kachikungwa chimalili acha tate alikanovipa komoto mukuru ino acha vanache vahiyamberera mukuto hongava ochepumba itabere napano hiye ndishino kumatambo hiye no vanache kuvibereko unganda irambwe iyende kuviombo
Malo ijongo no moja mangani yaka mombaro ijongo no bizeka. Ramemba mwiwe. Ijongo no moja mangani. Ijongo mbara muhoko se kama. Shwa na jojo se kugurame ne getambo. Kunene urego hepo. Kunene urego hepo moja mangani yaka mombaro. Bina kubibaji. Moja wakwa uti. Ngamba haka walina ngamba ashiombe bihekuta hamuro haku kombo bilambi bihekuta kwa njambo kwa mwambo hangari kwa dongo bumendu mwachi wa wakwe nyanji riga na mwachi wa wakwe nyanji
Just waiting for a couple of tunes that we need to display. I will start by greeting all of you. You may now be seated. I know it has been a long day, but the end is always good. We do plan things, but we don't know how they would unfold, but usually the end is very good. All is in the hands of the ancestors, the spirit of our ancestors are with us all the time. I'm just waiting for one of my officers. A couple of people have come from various countries, South Africa, Botswana, the UK, the United States of America, Canada, and we'll ask them to come with their flags because the Herero Traditional Authority and the Nama Traditional Authority, Nama Traditional Leaders Association, here in Namibia, we do represent members of our communities from various countries. Therefore, if you see the flags are here now. It says Botswana flag, South African flag, United States, United Kingdom. It's for a purpose that we are displaying these flags here, to see where our people are situated or where they live. And most of that, they have gone to those countries because of the genocide. So let me greet the Director of Ceremonies, extend my greetings to members of the Parliament who are here, members of our government, the Honorable Deputy Mayor, the Mayor of Luderitz, who was here. He did excuse himself for another appointment at 8. Fellow traditional leaders in Botswana, South Africa, also locally here. Members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome. And of course the media for making sure that our message is carried across. This is the first commemoration we have ever had in Luderitz, commemorating the events, the atrocities, the genocide committed against our people here in the death camp. We also know that a number of people died on the Luderitz House railway. A lot of people, other companies also have concentration camps here in town that they then would render or sell labor as an income. So people were exposed to slave labor. I'm really very happy that I see people as far as Okakoveld, northwestern part of Namibia. They have traveled over 1,600 kilometers to be here with us. People from Mahalapche have also traveled almost the same kilometers to come here. And for most of us, it's the first time to be here. And therefore, also a word of appreciation, gratitude to our spirit, the cultural, spiritual men who have connected our people to the ancestors over the past few days. Of course, the red flag, the green flag, the white flag, as we move across the countries, they're always making the display more beautiful for the world to see that we are here in our traditional colors. Now, we did not come here to celebrate the inhumane killing of the innocent people whose aim were to defend the sovereignty of Herero land and Namakwa land. We came here to mourn, to remember, and to the terrible things that Germany did to our people. Thus, this is a time to reflect and rededicate ourselves to the struggle for reparation. We, the Herero and Nama descendants, descended generations of the people who were brutalized here, shall never forget what happened to our forefathers because of those brutalities that has also left as permanent scars in our lives. You have seen our sister from South Africa, you have seen our brother from South Africa also crying, basically, being moved. And we have seen my friend, Reverend Francis Cooper, presentation, how we were moved. All these situations in which we find ourselves are largely contributed by the genocide that was committed against our people. Today, the Namas and Hereros are marginalized communities in Namibia, minorities. We have no political voice. Therefore, when the national cake is distributed, we are the last ones to receive crumbs. We have the South, the Rongo region, among the richest regions in the country. But you go to the citizens of those regions, or residents of those regions, they are the most marginalized, no access to those resources. But why did the Germans bring first the Hereros and shortly thereafter the Namas to Shaka Island? But more than that, however, they were brought here to die from starvation, at a place where there were no food, no water, no ablution facilities, but exposed to the cold Atlantic Ocean. They even considered it as the final solution for the Namas. Remember, they regarded Namas as weak people who cannot work the railway. In fact, there was a study in 1896, I think, the usefulness of the Nama people. Are they useful or not? The study found the Namas as not useful, better be exterminated. So here, because we could not do much of the labor, they were brought here as a final solution to assist with the extermination. And also for Leros, it was, okay, those who have remained, those who could not be shot dead or hanged dead in the field, they were then brought here using the church to say freedom has come, reconciliation has come to the churches. You are assembled at various places, you are given good food, you are given some clothes, just for you to get used to and call others to join. And all of a sudden they were collected and brought to Shark Island, Swakopmund, and other concentration camp. We have heard this was the death camp. There is a story, a reality of one Herero man. When he heard he was going to be taken to Shark Island, what did he do? He decided to kill himself. Pierced his nails through the aorta, through the veins, cut them open, and he died on the spot. So much was the fear of the people to come here. Because of what they heard, that you go to Shark Island, you die. The chances of dying was about 80%. You come here, about 80%, 70 to 80%, you're dead. So it was the final solution, as they put it. Now, Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the brutalities against the prisoners, I want you to listen to a renowned historiographer, Erickson, in his book, The Kaiser Holocaust, page 22, let me leave the pages out. But he said, and I quote, towards the end of 1906, the bodies of 17 Nama prisoners, including a 1-year-old child, were carefully decapitated by the camp physician, Dr. Boffinger. After breaking this open skulls, Boffinger removed and weighed the brains before placing each head in the preserving alcohol for export to the Institute of Pathology of the University of Berlin. So we know today there are over 300 or so skulls and remains of our people in Germany taken through this process of Boffa, and who was the other guy for Lucian, who was stationed in Okahanja. So much was the brutality that you can imagine the shock and trauma that the families experienced when the relatives' heads were cut open, brain removed, and even cleaned by these relatives on the altars of the Germans. I have not seen a cruel community like that of the fabric, what makes up German people at times. Germany has committed not only these 2 genocides in Namibia, they were in East Africa, they also committed crimes in Poland against the Jewish, Mahaya people in Tanzania, and also in China with the Boxer Revolution. So Germany was really known as the most brutal country or community of the 20th century. So that's not any exaggeration, but it is in fact what actually happened to our people here on Shark Island. And we talk of the horror and brutality of this place. To us, it is not a joke, nor sensationalism. It is truly painful, but the story must be told, even though it is that horrible to tell to young people. It must be told so that we know, so that it motivates us, so that we are committed and ready to face the devil when we need to. Our struggles are continuing. We have a struggle for ancestral lands. It is a struggle of the Namas and the Heros, the Damaras, the San, people who have lost the land here in this country. And I said because we were in minority, in 2018, when the question of ancestral land was being discussed at the second National Land Conference, the ruling party said ancestral land question would not be entertained. That is why some of us had to boycott that conference. So that's the government that we're dealing with. And my colleagues knows, my senior chief, Johannes Isaac, the former for brothers, Waiki, Koro, David Friedrich, they know that this issue of genocide demands for reparations started about 1993. That's when we started, 1993. It took about 29 years before our own government could admit that it was genocide. You remember very well that the government even started to referring to genocide as atrocities. It was through your pressure that the German government started to say, yes, it was a genocide, but from today's perspective. Then our Namibian government started to say, okay, it's genocide. So we know that we have a government that is not supportive. We know we have a government that wants to see the Hereros and Namas impoverished. We have a government that wants to see us landless. So we need to take decisions, we need to take actions, and our strength lies in unity. Let me just continue. I'm taking cuts here now from the speech. So these questions will continue. The question of Gaup Cornelius Friedrich. We know he was decapitated here at Shark Island. We know Germany has the skull. It's impossible to say they don't have that skull when they took it. And they kept record for every skull, the age, the tribe, the place where it was collected. They're written on the skulls. So that skull should be there. It's among the many 300 or so that are still in Germany. I know they sold some skulls to many other countries, like the skulls that were sold in 1924 were sold to the American Museum of Natural History. So there are some 8 skulls and remains of our people in New York. So the question is that will continue to haunt the civility of German people and their morality is how on earth do you slaughter a people, dismember the bodies, sell the parts, and still keep some in your bedrooms or in your museums? Skulls were kept in bedrooms, in sitting rooms as souvenirs. As souvenirs. That's a mangi, that's maybe an improved mangi, that's all that. So Germany kept our skulls in their bedrooms, in their sitting rooms. So there are some that are still with private people and not in the museums. I know Mitri Munjwa got a call the other day, was it 2 years back, that said, "Yeah, I'm sitting with a skull here. It's written it's a Namibian skull. What can I do with it?" He said, "There are private people sitting with our skulls, and who are ashamed to come back and give it back. Because the question is, how did you manage to keep a skull for 100, maybe 120 years in your room? You are looking at it." So that's what Germany does. So allow me also to draw your attention to to what actually happened at this site in terms of the number of people who were killed here. The records has it, German records, not our records, German records. And a couple of books, 5 or 6 books that are talking about records that were kept here. But from those records, about 4,000 Hereros and Namas actually landed up in Shark Island. Just a few over 3,000 died on site. A few, maybe 900, 800 survived. I think included Samuel who? Isaac. Walking slowly out. And they were saying, these ones, few days, they will also die. Because they were malnourished, they were in a very bad condition, and most of them very sick. So, and I don't know actually when those that survived, that managed to walk here in April 1908, whether they actually managed to live a longer life. So our proposal to the city here and the Namibian people is that we put a proper monument on the site. NTLA and OTA for about 3 years back, we worked on a concept of a more artistic, more representative, more three-dimensional sort of concept that will cost a couple of million that we developed, and hopefully looking for funds to get that as the long-term monument that would reflect what happens to our people. The few monuments that we're sitting here, there are plates of names of soldiers, of German soldiers, of which those, majority of them did not even die here. They were just brought here to demonstrate that, maybe to make it a heritage site for them and put their names, like they have put their names in the Christian church in Windhoek. For instance, Adolf Hitler himself did not die here. Not Hitler, Adolf Luderitz did not die. He died in, what is the place in Orange River? Drowned in the river. But his plate is here decorating Shark Island as if he's a hero that died here. So some of those things need to be replaced. In 2016, a late PC Rukoro and a late PSM Cooper make a clear request to the Swakopmund municipality to remove those German soldier statues, the German Marines statues. There's a Marine Denkmal, that's what they call it. We made a very clear request for those things to be removed. It's maybe now 8 years, nothing has happened. It is high time that we put a deadline to some of these things. Let's put a deadline. And if these things are not removed after the deadline, we should be able to go and pull them off. You will not be put in jail for taking off or removing a colonial statue. It's happening all over in Germany, they're removing it. It's only here in Namibia when we still have a street called Von Trotter Street in Shwarongo. What's that? Von Trotter Street in Namibia. As if you want to celebrate the killings of the Hereros and Namas. So it is high time we identify some of these things, put a deadline to it, and remove it, and see if they will take us to jail. Okay, lastly, I would emphasize the Nama Herero Alliance, or the Nama Herero Corporation. We have this corporation signed firstly in 1858. It's a corporation between the federal states of Namaqualand and the unitary states of Hereroland. At one point, we negotiated the settlement of the pastor community there in Riopoth in 1870. But we had a long-term cooperation, a long-term relationship that we have nurtured over the years. We know my Afrikaner brother, we know Afrikaner here was also as terrible as he was in South Africa. You know, he was referred to as the lion in South Africa. The Hereros referred to him here as the arm of God of this world. That's Jonger Afrikaner, the arm of God of this world. Because for maybe 40 years we were under his enslavement and all that. Until we agreed then we reunified the Hereros, pulled their resources together and have one commander-in-chief. And in 2 years we finished the Jonger Afrikaner's rates and Jonger Afrikaner's control over the Hereros. But Jan Jonger Afrikaner. Okay, Jan Jonger Afrikaner. But 90 years after that, 90 years after the death of Jan Jonger Afrikaner, Osea Kutako decided we had wars with the Namas. I want to go and bury it next to Jan Jonger Afrikaner, so that I take our unity into eternity. So we know we are bound by these two great heroes of our struggles. So we cherish them. And before PC Rukoro died, a week before he died, I think it was on the 12th? Yes. 12th of June. He died on the 18th of June. We went to Wakanas and he re-signed, deactivated the Wakanas Declaration in 2021. So we now have this, the last one signed by two of our ancestors. So why are we departing each other? We would not. I also want to appreciate our relationship because we have fought wars, we've been in dungeons together, we've been in trenches together against the Germans. And over the years, we have resuscitated the relationship. I value the trust that the Namas have in the Hereros. I value the trust the Hereros have in Namas. That is something that we know that when the Nama is there, he's representing us. When the Herero is there, he's representing us. So that is a very important point that we should celebrate. There are other issues that are haunting me, and it's the mining issues in Namibia. The exploration of mining resources by foreign companies that are taking place in our communal areas without any consultation. We just see people starting drilling or removing mountains, cut them into pieces for marble or dimension stones. We now have, for instance, the uranium mine, the intention to mine uranium in a Stambrit aquifer. The biggest groundwater resource in Namibia is a Stambrit artesian aquifer. So the water just comes out like this. They are planning to put an in-situ mining of uranium. And when you do in-situ uranium, you see, it is dissolved. You need to put some chemicals deep in the soil, in the water, dissolve the mineral, the uranium, and then suck it out with the water. This polluted water is stopped, pushed back again. They said, apparently cleaning a bit and then push it back again in the aquifer. Lots of water taken out, pushed back. Lots of water poisoned, contaminated, clean it, apparently, take it out. And when any site where there will be this exploration or this mining taking place, within 100 kilometers of a radius, from here 100 kilometers that way, 100 kilometers this way, no one should be living there. So you can imagine how many people will be displaced. You can imagine uranium is radioactive. It goes in your blood, it goes in your fatty tissues, you get deformed kids, you are deformed, and so on. It changes even mutation of cells, this changing of your body structures at the cellular level. So it's a very serious poison. That it does not happen in any country. They do that maybe in salt, in areas with a lot of salt water, not for consumption, or in seas, maybe where the water is not used, or maybe already polluted. But it has never been done in potable, drinkable water. Therefore, the Waiho Traditional Authority has resolved that the mine should not take place. And we had a press conference. We want the Namas to come on board. I know I have discussed with Wakana's Nama people. They agreed to that. But we want also the Botswana government, Sabong. We are also affected. This aquifer is also the same in Sabong. So in South Africa, we need to stand together and prevent the mining of uranium in groundwater resources that are sustainable for long-term use in Namibia and the rest of our neighboring countries. The other mining that is taking place is cutting mountains with lots of San communities, historical arts, drawings and so on the mountains. Mountains that beautify our landscape that are being removed. But what we should do as a community, we must put resources together, our technical people together, help us to draft a policy position, submit some of these policy positions to some of our political parties. They fight it in Parliament, and we submit ours, so that we go in there as a solid force to prevent unnecessary mining, or to make sure that we are partners in this mining, if it doesn't damage our resources, that we are partners in getting resources. Hartap and Karas region to put together has the longest coastal zone. How many fish do we have? Or fish quotas? So we need to come to make sure that we are getting these resources, a partnership or ownership in the production of our resources. I want to also then move you a bit to the court cases that we've been dealing with. In 2017, Advocate Bekwiru Koro and Gaup David Friedrich took the German government to court. It's a court case that went up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We won several points. At least the American court did declare that what Germany has done was a genocide. That, there is no walla walla about it, as you guys say. It's agreed to. The other thing is the court case made sure, or at least it gave us limelight across the world, that people globally know that a genocide was committed against the Hereros and Namas. It is the first genocide of the 20th century. Remember Pope, one of these popes from Argentina, Benedict, I think was the name. When he was referring to the Armenian genocide as the first genocide of the 20th century, that statement is removed, it's changed now. That was the second, and was the first. So that's a recognition at the international world because of these campaigns. We lost that case because Germany, the United States court said they have no jurisdiction over the case. They cannot decide over that case for some technical reasons, which actually they did not explain which reasons, but they said they can't. But we did not rest. Immediately we rest maybe a year. Beginning 2021 in April, we started to work on the possibility of filing in the Namibian court. It took us almost 2 years. Almost the whole of 2021, the whole of 2022, and we did it now in March 2023. So we've taken the state president here in Namibia, Dr. Godfrey Hagegeinko, because he's the current president. If any other president comes in, that next president will take the responsibility. We have taken the whole cabinet of Namibia to court. If you are there now, you don't want to argue in court about it, or you are afraid maybe you would resign as a minister. But any minister who comes in, it's the responsibility of cabinet. We have taken the Speaker of the National Assembly and the entire National Assembly of 106 members of Parliament, plus the government attorney. So this is the heart and soul of the Namibian government that is in court. By who? None other than this simple minority, Namas and Hereros. A minority, a marginalized, impoverished minority, because we have the guts. It has never happened anywhere in the world that residents or nationals of a country take their own government for siding with the former colonial master. As we speak, there is no difference between the current Namibian government and the colonial master. They're all colonizers, as we speak. So that's a huge embarrassment to any government. So that case is now postponed on the 17th of, in fact, of course there's a lot of case management in between. The last one was it Friday, yesterday, 21st. We did request additional records from government that they withheld. So we want those records. They should give us before the 27th of this month. On the 2nd of May, there's a court case management, and on the 17th of May, there's the case will then maybe heard, or we don't know, but it will come out in the media, or we'll distribute the decisions of the court by the 2nd of May. So that's one major court case that we're dealing with. But this thing of uranium, the farmers are preparing, the commercial farmers, the Boer farmers, they are preparing a court case. They're preparing. They are getting ready. We also have to put our hand there, because it is all of us will be affected. This issue of ancestral land should not rest. We must keep it in our mind. So like Rwako used to say, we should just rest a bit after a defeat or after a battle. But you must continue to resume the battles until the war is won. So we have to win the war. So with the Berlin case, we still investigate opportunities to see if we can file in Berlin. We're investigating. So we will not rest to investigate where to move next. There is an African human and people's rights court in Arusha, Tanzania. We will seek opportunities whether we can move the case there. So, basically the message to the Namibia government here, the Hereros and Namas will not rest until justice is served. Therefore, to avoid further embarrassments, it's time to talk. It's time to talk. We are ready. The German government, we are also ready for it to talk. Otherwise, they will be further embarrassed. They want to be in a Security Council. How would they, if they have such a bad name? We have, I think Sima referred to it, we have taken a report, a complaint to the UN in December last year, formulated that material last year. We reworked on it in March this year. The special rapporteurs of the United Nations, they report to the General Secretary, and in the different fields like racial discrimination, indigenous rights, and transitional justice. We wrote to these entities. They analyzed our complaint. We also submitted the whole case as we have filed here in the Namibian court to them to study why we are filing this thing and what our reasons are. So we have given it to them. Then they wrote to the two governments to explain themselves why they are marginalizing us in a matter that is affecting us directly, in a matter for which the two governments have signed UN conventions to allow people like us to speak for ourselves. So they are breaching the contract of the United Nations. They needed to adopt those decisions, those conventions, as part of domestic law. They are breaching that. Therefore, the two governments had, for a month, they had this report, they've started, they sent back, the UN looked at it, maybe they now make a decision. On Monday, 24th April, just tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, this report from the UN will be out for public consumption. So please read these things. Please read and explain to the elders. Because it's only when we have full information that we can stand on our feet and defend ourselves. We have seen this in the Herero communities. The amount of lies that people can spread to confuse people. Just to confuse, just confusion. With the passing of late Advocate Piru Koro, a lot of noise. The Nama communities were worried, what's happening in your house? Are we still together in a fight, or have you abandoned and joined government? These are questions that the PLA was asking us. So it's because of this noise. So we need to educate our people, let them understand what we're dealing with, so that when the enemy wants to infiltrate, divert our attention to little fights and maybe hijack the project, dilute it, that we can better defend it. I think with that, fellow leaders, my chiefs, that is the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, machine they have to translate. Ratoko, Matu Giro Barakaneko, Barawa Gwena, Makura Mene Pomorwe, Barahat.
Anopele. Hane kwa nopele.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we settle down? Can we take our seats and settle down? We say thank you to Ombara for the rather insightful and informative presentation given. Unikan after Badrati, Ankadraski, no, who are Habesa. Sida Gosas a company Kranua, Arede da Home, Naganobe, Posida Gonu, Ekranadamidoma, Swana Drami. Oh, have it Ransadoa. How had not you come Kalha? Taken Sadagaga, but Masada Naman Hoda. Habitat forest crack lake, Sada di Gauga. Dimida direct lake, Sada di Gau, Tabat, Postman Hanseba, Habe, Daninasa, Sada di Nama anthem study. We will call upon the Vice Chairperson of NTLA, Gaup Dabat Postman Hansa, but before that, we will do that with the Nama anthem. Nayodo, Tangada. Chidani Tosema Namada Misa say, Chitsauda Hakabe, Aratom Butangai, Uningas, Yadra, something nice, Kabistina. Orosi Dagam, Lagapuna Wudra, and Logo, Narasi Harasi Kabatua. Having like Tita, Asadi, Ankara Sada, it's over. Thank you very much.
Let me do the following, because it was and it is disturbing my mind. Chiraje Hakwasi Bauchidok Pan Kasaradi Nisi Nisiran Kwapje Gao Panseba. The next speaker will be Chief David Hansen. As a Koro Gao Kubaban Wow Object Kubik Maba Mine. When Captain Kuba was speaking, we were troubling him with noise. As far as the director of proceedings came number of times to the podium just to ask us to keep quiet, because the speaker is the captain of the moment by then. But I noticed, and I must say that, when our PC was talking now, there was absolute quiet. And it's not right. I mean, this quietness was correct, but the previous noise was uncalled for. Let us respect leaders. No other chief is smaller or bigger than the other chief. I thank you.
Ang adrat sidra kaji kan kauce. Tidak, wakma sitna kausema si kauba kongwa kangans.
ada karena sini di kami berkumpul hasil. Jadi sekali aroma kau kurun kau bawa kurang ye guru sama guru ani nuangaran nuanya sida sa kudaga jadi hana rati uwe ye guru ani sabin inuarana sida hungayan di guru ani sida jinna tidak guru ani guru ani se taiwan kau bercuru mibatu sida sa kudaga jadi tahu era singgu dia juga rumahnya ni kita di kawa ada sabu kami saya kira kandang kau sih tidak ke apos David Hansi karakuin ya guru kuin hanhai ya guru aing mah karakuin iya Namibia pernah nan kau sih sila je pisi sila maaf ma tak kini muncul khabar je kau Johannes Isa ki ia jadi infus kau Buddhist anak kau itu au nabara ma khaiba mungkas je mama ma khaiba hari tuj it's nibati kama ida karbin kan kwa sana o tatay si kobi kundi saat sa sisi nama saat sa nama sa kami mo kami dah turu si ngayal kuro ay si kani kami kikongkong apa antai ngayal antai kami kami dah tiji sida nibani kanis na khwaya kami ni dato anta sinan anta sadi nas kauta sige kau jadi sabi khwa geleba homeschool dia sa abos na sina khui biba sila na khui biba on iban nas kau kalau kau abap ni ram khomen nas tu sai si na iskubab kau dunia isa kapna kobab iskubab usi kabinai ani kobab na nabanira khomen si nongam kami turu si ada antari kami kongko apa si tadi nama kau ku si tadi ikut di abe mau nami biak na hana si tadi inaman ia botswana si tadi South Africa na hana ada tadi antari tadi tabi am kau overheron di sikali kan ice ia tadi ni bang ayas Cina ada antari kakak sikai tu yang ia kene bahan man dari buat baku sikali puisi kosi tai yang Cina tadi kasan osan ia kabasida nama si heron sini bang uang kakak sikna saban kau nambiak na bahu damas kaya botswana bahu South Africa bahu cikadi tinggal kirimi ani kena video kadi twitch bahu kadi asan iara siraca sang hauna antara kira kadi ngan ia karagar hari gahu kawian cikadi asa bucina unis ada hari nera ni man amkun dai tidak bikin man gigi tidak kola kuin man Cina dan antari selalu dihasa di piramidi sekali ngasta
Sida tuibangari. Tuibangaski ayuda di tudamiri kitabahu. Kamski chachatma. Kamski kau damiri. Iski chachatma. Khabin iski kauda tausat damiri. Si tadi urusi nak berbuat duri. Mungkin kira sen dura kau dura kerja. Si dah kira tadi si dura kai sim kerja. Khabin lagi tu khobaratan i urusi bermalu. Si kai si bermalu. Si kahu si mengingai itu ni mana ba amsting noi si tani si naba cak. Bukan tani cak si ba. Itu dah cuma dibagi. Kita bahu, mahu sida miri, sida je karak kuda, sida karak kuda. Kali tu si orang si ani, si je kotorus na sida di kau, somha, katsin je, kali kos na ni bagi hawu yang, kira kai, kami pangkasa sida kai. Bukan lagi saya kau ini hui. Kalau pesi aku kalau begitu juga, huyau. Kalau pesi dah kau apa? Nedrami kau pas au, ini bahu gitu ni. Tapi kau ini aja, tui kau, tui. Jadi am kai, jadi au umat kai. Apa aku je doni ba, singa sekau kan, saya nasa je noi ba, tu cerap ni, ini dah je, demi dah je, ada ngari sini juga kai asal gua, dah kunci kai si ya, nanti na, dah ada kami, oh jin mana sih, wan jin oh si demi kasih, hari jin kai ba, ni diskusi ani gua tahu sida kira tom. Baru kita ni macam, nasi sila komusa, Jadi aku kita ni di, aku ingat, oh di juga je kami baik asal. Mira tu kau ada sih, ini sini ada di mana? Kau sini cipta, kan?
Thank you, Kau. Program Director, you have asked me to say, observe the protocol, but may I, for this one time, greet the people as follow and recognize them as follow. The Nama Kaugu and their councillors from Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. The Parliament Chief, Prof. Kachua, his chiefs and councillors of the Ovairero people, esteemed religious and political leadership, friends and sympathizers from Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, and Germany. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives from the media, and fellow Namibians. The Holy Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. His creation was perfect in every way. For God does not make any mistakes. But God's most beautiful creation is people. In all our doings and interactions, Nelson Mandela reminds us that we were born to manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. Instead of respecting God's perfect creation, the so-called scientists of Germany misused the intelligence God gave them and decided that some human beings are more superior than others. And their foolishness resulted in the crime of genocide being committed against Nama and Ovairero peoples. Many individuals, families, and targeted groups of people perished on Shark Island of hunger, disease, and overall inhumane treatment. Others were simply killed. There were no dignified burials. Our ancestors were fed to sharks, their bodies scattered on the beach. And according to recorded eyewitness statements, even the breasts of teenage girls were eaten by chocos. The human remains of individuals, families, and the targeted groups are today in institutions such as universities and museums and in unknown graves. But these human beings were God's perfect creation. And therefore, we must forever remember them and appreciate their existence, irrespective of challenges we are facing. Studying history helps us to understand and deal with complex questions and problems by looking into the past and examining how it has changed and continue to shape our lives locally and globally. It clarifies our own doings and interactions with others, the relationships between societies and people, provides us with a path for future endeavors. Again, this must manifest the glory of God that is within us. Unfortunately, instead of using historical events to right the wrongs of the past, the victims of the crime of genocide are now blamed and labeled. Our people were identified and targeted for extermination by Imperial Germany. But today, they are blamed for tribalism, regionalism, because they ask simple, straightforward questions which need answers. If 75 million is availed by the German government for scholarships to address wrongs of the past, and not a single person, not one, from the south of Namibia benefits, then we will ask the questions and expect answers. Otherwise, the entire allocation of such scholarships must be cancelled. It seems genocide victim groups are used to solicit funding without their consent. And this could be considered identity fraud. Equally, the exclusion of Nama Traditional Leaders Association, NTLA, and the Ovairero Traditional Authority, OTA, will lead to more corruption, as has now been proven with the scholarship allocations. Our ancestors died for their land, natural resources, and to protect the rights for a dignified life as intended by the Creator, our Lord. The natural resources of Namibia must be for the benefit of all its citizens, not only a selected few or the so-called elite. Their sacrifices and the inheritance demand our jealous safeguarding and cherishment thereof. In all our doings and interaction, including the envisaged relationship between German and Namibian peoples, the values must manifest the glory of God. May the souls of our ancestors rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Ya arakan kan timire mari obai Roma ekenos.
Thank you to Gaup Postman Hanse, who is standing in for the chairperson of NTLA, Gaup Isaac. Thank you very much. Next item, which is the second last item, thank God, on our program, is the closing remarks, which will be done by Councillor Hatzenberg. See you around. Like an auction, I will say going once, going twice,
sold,
going thrice, all right. Thank you, and that is sold. It is sold. Yeah, thank you. Vote of thanks, the chairperson of the organizing committee, my boss, Ortman. Wow, almost went on no price. She's here, thank you.
Good evening. I'm with Kuyenand. I will just stand on the protocol that was already established. I have to introduce myself as Anne-Marie Hartzenberg to break the ice. I'm from the Nama clan, and I am Krulman from birth, coming from 4 families, the Dreyers, the Hartzenbergs, Hanses, Gaup, Hanse, also a Hanse, and then lastly from the Klassen. So it is my honor and my pleasure to give remarks. I will not take long because I know that the Gaup, the traditional leaders who were up from 5 o'clock forth. I just want to encourage the Nama and the Herero people. And I just want to thank the God, the chief in commander, the one that is behind our battles for the restorative justice. I just want to thank them. And although we are sad and saddened by what happened in Luderitz, there is something that we can be proud of and be happy of, and that is the fact that we are still alive. And we have multiplied. And that's one thing that we can thank God. Gaup Hanse mentioned that our existence is not a mistake. And I just want to allude at him for that. That our race and our nationality was not a mistake. God has predestined the Namas and the Ovaherero people to live on planet Earth. And as we heard from the speakers that the order that was going out, that state they killed them in their totality. But we are still here. And we can thank God for that. We are here because of God, and God in His sovereignty, God as the designer, the architect, and the creator of the universe. I can remember from a Bible verse that there was Balak and there was Balaam. I'm a counselor, but I'm standing as a Nama child, not as a counselor. Because politics come after being a Nama. So, I'm very proud to say that. Now, Balak and Balaam, Balak was the one that was requesting Balaam to curse the people of God. And the Bible says that no one can curse what God has blessed. And no one can destroy what God has predestined. There is no way that the Germans could have succeeded to destroy the Namas and the Ovaherero people. I go to in Google and I was looking for the population of the Nama people all over Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia. And in Namibia, it said, it's not me, blame Google. It says 246,000 in Namibia, 77,000 something in South Africa, and 1.5 in Botswana. And if we can calculate it, it gives us over 1 million. And that's why I say we have multiplied. And when we take the people, the San people and the Ovahimba people, it is also part of us, it makes 2.6. And I tell everybody else the here and there, don't provoke us. Because we are equal to the population of Namibia. Don't provoke us. As jy ons soek, sal jy ons kry. Soos my leader, chief en James campaigner Berada Swarto dit altyd sê. I just want to thank we, the Luderitz Town Council and the residents of Luderitz are honored for having been chosen to host this annual Genocide Remembrance commemoration. Against that background, on behalf of the leadership and the residents of this very beautiful town, I humbly take this opportunity to thank the Nama Traditional Leaders Association and the Ovaherero Traditional Authority for having chosen our town to host this year's commemoration. You know, I was talking to a lady from South Africa, and she told me that all the languages that is being spoken in South Africa is then made official language. Today we are, kom ek sê dit in Afrikaans, vandag kan ons mekaar spot oor westerse tale. Omdat iemand die goed kan Engels praat, die wil die persoon spot. En hier in Luderitz is ons die pride van wat ons sinne is. Even our children, hulle ken nie Namatal nie. Want die ma kan ook nie so goed Namatal praat nie. Want sy moes geadapt het aan 'n taal wat geadopt is. En dit is hoe ons onze identity ook verloor het hier in Luderitz. En vir my is dit soveel vreugde dat hierdie aangeleentheid of hierdie sad moments of hierdie remembrance gebring is na Luderitz toe. Die origin van waar dit gebeur het. En dit is vir ons so 'n goeie ding dat dit annually kon gebeur. Dat onze history en ons onze identity in Luderitz gerestore kan word. Dat onze kinders en onze mense weet waarvan hulle kom en wie hulle is. Hoekom ek my 4 geslagte genoem het, is dat mense moet weet en onze kinders moet weet waarvan hulle kom, van wie hulle kom. Ek is getroud met 'n man en ek weet waarvan hy kom. Hy kom van die Van Kents. Hy kom van die Hartzenbergs. Hy kom van die Swartboys en hy kom ook van die Lamberts. Ons albei het so 'n bietjie van 'n bloedlyn binne in ons, 'n royal bloedlyn. Ja, so one has to know where you are coming from and who you are. Identity is needed. We also convey our gratitude to Mr. Johannes Mabos Ortman, the chairperson of the organizing committee, and Zima Leipert and its members for all coordination and planning with the Luderitz Town Council personnel. As promised during our engagement and soon to be cemented memorandum of understanding, Luderitz Town Council is committed to be part of the organizing committee in order for us to plan as a collective in the future. We are thankful, humbled, and privileged to witness the presence of our paramount chief and all the respected Kauku Ditarati and the traditional leaders from various traditional authorities. Let me also take the opportunity to say that we Kulmans are also the Kongwachivis. And I have seen my brothers and my sisters over here. Yes. Let me also appreciate the attendance of the South African head of delegation and Botswana head of delegation. What a blessing and what a history indeed, having you all under one roof. We are spoiled by your presence indeed. The happening on the fateful day of the 22nd April 1905 up to 1908 is very sad, painful and regrettable. The extermination order against the Nama and the Ovaherero people was very brutal and genocide in nature. Therefore, the rich and sad history of the concentration camp at Shak Island, the Dead Island, the gravesite must always be remembered and commemorated. I would also like to thank all those who have spoken and addressed the audience at a very important occasion, because of all speakers have elaborated on the importance of remembering and commemorating this very sad moment. Ek wil sê dat toe die Duitse meiers, die tyd toe ek meier was, vir my kom kuier het en ons na die skole toe gegaan het en hulle vra, wat kan julle onthou van Germany? Toe het hierdie kinders, nie eens ons namme kinders nie, maar hierdie kinders het gesê, back to remember. Ons wil julle nie eens onthou nie, because you destroy and killed our people. And that's how they know just a bit, but bringing this genocide issue every year to Luderitz, it will Nepkoro, Pastor Ami, and me, Kami, ada Hobam Muntetsi, Ko Kus Ose, Ko te realiteit aan Munchikoromi, Kami, so that ons the realiteit can see. I would also like to thank all those. Let me also salute the organizing committee for the public lecture with the local school learners. This day was put aside for us to pay homage and respect, because it is owing to their selfless sacrifice that today we are standing here and with pride in an independent Namibia. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all who have made this event possible through various means, whether through financial, material, or logistic support. Your contribution and support towards the successful hosting of this event is highly appreciated, and we ask for God's continuous blessing. And I just want to thank everyone to support the local economy of Luderitz. That one I need to mention. because I know that you are going to Spar, the only shop that was open, and you support the local economy of our town. I have to value the hospitality dished out by the ever-friendly and accommodative community and service providers of the town of Luderitz. I just want to thank Carl Witboy also. I know as a little girl, I was going holidays. I was going to my father, the late Ernst Petrus Kuhlman. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So ek was ook bietjie daar in Gibeon. Ek het ook my voete, my soul. Ek het ook daar bietjie gaan. En ek kan vandag baie proud mense kan wees. Ek onthou, ek het in Kaap Frederikshuis in Botaniek skool gegaan en dis my ouers. En dan op 'n ouderdom van 6 jaar was ek gedoop. En hulle vra my, wat is jou naam? Ek sê my naam is Anna Maria. Because of my grandmother, Anna Maria Fredericks, Baba Timasa. Sida gingat onse gemas, sin gige Anna Maria tiki kaiti, khabida gige besluit Anna Maria Fredericks, Anna Maria Kuhlman tiki gige kaiti. So ons is proud kinders, ons weet waarvan ons kom. En as ons hier staan op die platforms, weet ons vir wat ons staan en vir wie ons staan. En ons kan nooit vergeet waarvan af ons gekom het nie. The ever presence of the security cluster, personal traffic officers, police, navy, immigration officers, spiritual leaders, the leadership of Luderitz Town Council, regional council, local councillors are also acknowledged in this regard. It is also important to mention and appreciate the attendance of the visit of the news crew and the local media personnel. Ek sien ook NBC se ouens hierso. We acknowledge what a massive and amazing audience we are. Ons het gesit en ons het gesit van die oggend tot vanaand toe. What an amazing audience we are. Kan ons vir onsself so hande klap? Let me recognize and appreciate your attendance, and especially those from afar. I wish you a safe and protected journey. As we are coming to the end of proceeding, let us all commit and rededicate ourselves with heart to work hard for social justice, to ensure that the blood will not shed in vain. Let us acknowledge and appreciate our people, whom we are paying homage to. They have sacrificed precious blood for the well-being of all of us. Let their names always remain engraved in the books of histories of our country. En terwyl ek afsluit wil ek sê dat as ons gegaan het na Shak Island, sal ons gesien het dat al die name wat daar is tydse name. Het ons dit opgemerk? Ja. En elke keer as jy daar gaan sit, dan is dit so 'n set reality. Hierdie dag en die dae van dat hierdie event gebeur het, was een emotional was ons in 'n emotional state. En hulle wat eintlik verantwoordelik was vir die dood van ons mense, het eintlik die heroes kom word, deurdat hulle se name daar sit, waar ons mense se name moet sit. What a sad reality, but it is what it is. And that thing needs to be changed, because they are not the victims, we are the victims. And what happened on Shak Island, the Dead Island, het gebeur met ons mense. Met hierdie paar woorde wil ek tot almal baie dankie sê wat gekom het en hierdie aangeleentheid saam met ons gekom bly het tot op die laaste. Ewen die kindertjies mag dit weer gebeur 'n volgende keer en 'n volgende keer totdat hierdie dag opgeteken word in die history of die national kalender van Namibia. May God bless us all.
Closing remarks done eloquently. Thank you, Councillor Hudson-Beth, for your closing remarks. And I will call upon our boss, Osman, for a vote of thanks. The chairperson of the organizing committee, Osman.
Anyways, good evening. I think the Honorable Councillor did me a great favor, so she thanked everybody. You know, I think my job is easy now, but there's some special people I need to thank. And first of all, normally when I do vote of thanks, I need to do the following. Because my mother taught me that. She can't change one say, such process get off next at the hand. Such which get off next about you. I'm not going to see. Near for the Amsi. I Amsi have such the type. Sisa Mams. Let's go. Nesoresa. Kaida. Ticho Muna Kaida. Ticho Kala. Ninko. Soresa. Anke. Ticho Yetisa. Sida lead mase have somethings like in the aroma. Amagara Kaise can see. Sida Nitse. Such of say the Hotama. Such of say the Tower. Such of say the Echo. Amen. I have to thank my Lord before anything. And when it's my time, there was no one to call. That's the word of Professor Paul John Isaac this morning. Nou dat het betekent was om hulp te zoeken, om iemand te roepen, aan de roep. Er was niemand meer om te roepen. Think I feel, ook in Nia it's only me. So what it means is, it's only us. It's not us to stand up and get this fight going. Amen. Those was the words of Professor Paul John Isaac this morning. So we thank everybody for coming, first of all, and I will break the protocol today. I want to thank the Nama Nation and the Herero Nation to be able to come all the way from Aminus, Kaoko, Opuo, wherever. Amen. From Gibeon, Maldi here. Amen. To come here today. Because Limpopo, you know, I'm coming to that from. So I want to thank the communities, the traditional communities of the Nama and the Overherero people. Without you, this event will not have taken place. Without you, the impact and the story that we have shown the world today will not happen. Amaga, jullie allemaal, de gemeenschap van de Overherero en de Namas, because the Kaupu, the paramount chief, they are your servant. They have worked for us. Amen. You are our leaders. So we thank you for really coming out in numbers and to show to Namibia, but not only to Namibia, but to show the world that today we mean business if we say we want restorative justice. Thank you very much. I want to thank my friends, our friends, as well as our partners from Germany, who has made it also possible for us to have this event. I want to thank the Society of Friends Peoples in Germany, Roman and his team. Thank you very much. And the friend Julia from Letico. Thank you very much. I want to thank our leadership. In his absence here, our Johannes Isaac. He will call me and say, I don't hear anything. Wanneer gaan ons Luderitz toe? This is Kaup Johannes Isaac.
He was calling me. I said, don't worry, Gao. Everything is under control. In his absence here, we thank Gao, Johannes Isaac, the chairperson of the NTLA, and all the Gao, David Hanse, Gao Ismail Vetwe, acting Gao Pieter Solman, all the Gao, even the ones that is absent. Gao Odon Twirap, designate Odon Twirap from the Swartwe Traditional Authority in Fransfontein. Unfortunately, he got ill. He could not make it today. Gao Panama from the Toknar. We had telephone conversations over the week. We thank them. Sila de Keita Ragu. Ekwe, Joseph, Sago Seta, Nebahan, Atide. I would answer from the Keito Traditional Authority. Moses answer, I'll take not a mistake. Paramount Chief, academic, you know, sometimes I wonder, is he really a paramount chief? When I see the text messages, when I see the WhatsApp calls, and even a telephone call, it's about boss. You know, the issue that he was discussing of Stampede Aquifer, how do we do this? You know, really, then sometimes I wonder, wow, is he really a paramount chief? Because he's so hands-on, and he likes to interact with his technical people. And really, Paramount Chief, we really appreciate that interaction. And that you engage us, then we debate, you listen to us, and you take our counsel also in these matters. With all the chiefs, you know, with you, of the Ovahero Traditional Chief, our friend Chief Rukambe, all the chiefs, thank you very much for the support and making this event and trusting the NTLA technical team to lead the organizing and the hosting of this event. We thank you very much. One night I told my wife, let me call Prof, because I think he is the only person that if I explain to him what we are planning and what we have visualized, he is the only person that will able to do that. Prof, there's no words. Thank you very much. That's the only word. Hey, Kankans. The next person, I told my daughter Vasti, I need someone that I trust that will do me the honor in terms of making sure to create the atmosphere that we want in this event. Pastor Kisti, thank you very much. We want to thank Kau Ismail Betwe. Early this morning, at 4, 5, 6 o'clock this morning, and I know that in culture there's difference how we do our rituals. I know the Ovahero, there's the priest that go, and before you enter the graveyard, the priest has to do their rituals. For us from the Nama community, we do it a little bit different, and I think this morning there was no better person to have executed that task. What you have done this morning, and the television crew and the people on video have captured that. Thank you very much. Kau Panse, there's no other words to say, Kau. Thank you very much. We know if I say thank you. We want to thank, furthermore, the people that has made possible also for us to be here, the Luderitz Town Council, of Worship Benjamin McKay and his management and his councillors. And as rightful that the Honorable Atsetbang has mentioned, we have a fruitful discussions to make this an annual event and even entering into a MOU, which can also lead for them to make a budgetary provision for this event to make it an annual event. So we discussed that further with them. Thank you very much, Luderitz, for hosting us. I want to thank the Sea Flower Company. They've assisted us with some, we have enjoyed our lunch wonderfully. I see the PC was enjoying his fish. It's from the Sea Flower Company. Thank you. We want to thank our partner, also the Marienthal Municipality, with Honorable Your Worship Sharon Kok, always a willing partner and a stakeholder, an important partner whenever NTLA is around. Thank you very much. We want to thank the Nanti and his team for the support and the partnership and all the working together. And I know that this relationship will grow. Thank you, Nanti and his team. You know, yesterday I told the SG of OTA, tell Nanti not to call me. SG Grace, thank you very much for your support. I think between the three of us, between you, me, and Nanti, you are the one who was the most calm one to create that atmosphere between the three of us. Because me and Nanti were just there, but you are the one who has remained calm. Thank you very much, Grace, and your team. I need to thank also the team with whom we were working. They are very exhausted. They are not here tonight. But without them, we will not be here tonight as well. Obviously, we have thanked Sima Labor already, but I want to give a special thanks to Achis Friedrich. And for information, he has worked so hard that today he was admitted to hospital, but he is stable. I want to thank Paul Thomas and Petra for their support. I want to thank Deodat, the SG, with his guidance. I want to thank Lazarus Kerabeb, a very experienced guy, when in some of our technical committee meetings, we were all over for him to bring sanity among us. Ruxi, thank you, boss, that you are sitting in Luderitz tonight with your beautiful wife-to-be. Thank you very much. We want to thank NWR. You know, when we went to the Heritage Council to inquire about putting up the stone, memorial stone, they told us you need to get the consent of the NWR because they are the one managing Shark Island. We had a meeting with them in the morning. In the afternoon, we sent them a letter. The next day, they respond with the consent. Thank you very much, NWR, in absentia. Also, the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, the Minister, they have provided us with game meat on our request. The Regional Council of Hartap and Karas region for providing the necessary logistic support. At the end, if I have missed someone, you are thanked. Because without you, this event will not have happened. I want to thank also Marius. I put him in the deep end. I call him on Wednesday. I told him, Chief, you need to take charge of the program, the afternoon program. He said, yes, don't worry. Thank you, Marius. You have done it wonderfully. Aluda continua. Let us fight for the restorative justice. Yes, all the way. I thank you. I apologize because I needed to just advise all of us, the communities, Ik wil net voor allemaal inlichten over the platform. Obviously, this will be annual event, so it was one of the highlights. Each traditional foreign event from the OTA and from the NTLA will have their annual festivals, which we should always support. And then because the message should continue, be consistent. That is one. Two is, as the PC and Sima has mentioned, the week, we are not resting. Starting Monday is another important week. And we should be looking out for information that will come out, that we will hold a press conference, a joint press conference of the OTA and the NTLA, regards to the information that will come out, that will be published from the UN rapporteurs in terms of our fight, taking our case to UN. So just have a look out, and if we invite them for the press conference, please, people, let's come out in numbers. Normally, like I said, I could again, some seat amount, open literacy at the press conference. Amen. So I said to the theater. So I know that our side is always good, well represented in these press conferences. So have a look out for the information or notification that this coming week, as from the 24th, there will be a press conference, depending which day, but we will still announce. Apart from that, any other news, we will continue to inform everybody. I have discussed with Roman what we are doing, PC and Tau Panse, Tau Vetko, is that we want to document what has happened today. We want to create a booklet. So unofficially, we say yes to support that for us to have a booklet for this event, and then for us to distribute it, and then to keep it in archives for us. So I think basically that is what is happening. We will also mute, and there was the German news bulletin at 1 o'clock just after earlier today, so that whatever happened on Shark Island was broadcast in the news in Germany, and roughly that's an audience of around 8 to 10 million people that have seen and listened and heard what we have done today at Shark Island. Thank you. Now I was telling someone, Midri is gone. Yeah, Midri is gone. Midri is still here. And I want everybody to know, I think it's not a secret, we had issues with the Heritage Council in getting the approval to erect this memorial stone at Shark Island. We went through the process that they have requested or required from them. We have went through that process, and finally they give us an approval that we should erect a temporary stone. So that stone, according to the Heritage Council, should be temporary. And they put in the letter, because I was the one writing all the letters, was the district. And then, Mr. Ortberg, you make sure that this thing is stable. So if I go to jail Monday morning, bail me out. Thank you very much. Good night. Tonight, we are free. Everybody goes and enjoy itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can we have order? We have come to the end of our lengthy program, but quite insightful, informative. Some of us did not know what we know now. So it was very informative. All right, I see that we are leaving already, so I will allow you to leave.